you know that you're safe, that you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. You are not right all the time. I can quite get it reason. Go, 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 go. Boy, I was born on the feelings. I'm trying to miss you, babe.
For something to let it go to waste, with everything at stake. I thought I would take it all back. I just wanna make this thing last, but we're running out of time. We were doing alright, holding on, but I'm losing the fight. Just hit ground, running, closing off all the world with no light coming in. Bending before we break. Don't you know you and me, we can run away. You and me, we can run away. Run away, run away.
Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. We are not alone. There's more to life than this. Show me what you know. Take me to that place. I'm stuck within these walls. I need a quick escape. You know where I can go. Take me to that place. Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I
Je suis prête à tout pour toi. Tu peux merci, c'est normal, c'est mon choix. C'est juste ça, je suis prête à tout pour toi. Tu peux merci, c'est normal, c'est mon choix. Je t'aime, je crois que je t'ai vu un peu. Même maintenant t'es beau, j'ai rêvé que de toi. T'es mon prince dans le château. Mais quand je parle, je te mets direct au fond. L'amour c'est compliqué, les sentiments sont profonds.
Hello all and welcome to the Unite European Cup. It's day 4. Well done. You've made it to the halfway point of this week. And as we move into the second half, more fates are to be decided as we dip back into Group B today. My name is Relic. I'm joined today by the wonderful Digital Bacon and the delightful JJ Kun. And let's start with you, Bacon, shall we? Because, of course, we've seen our first 2 teams confirmed through to the playoff. Now, who they face from Group B, lots to be decided over the next few days. Today, Friday, Saturday, seeding still has to happen, but a big congratulations, of course, to Germany and France as they go 2-0 in group number A.
Yeah, so like looking at Group A, this was the group of death, right? You're looking at all 4 of them: Germany, France, Spain, and UK. And I mean, Relic, we're both the British boys, you know. We looked at this group and we went, oh no, not again. But when we looked at the squad, now this is, I was saying it yesterday, right? This was really clever for Bruv captaining the team to bring through the younger talent. You know, you've got a little bit of a naff pick for it, but this is the perfect opportunity to give less experienced players the chance to play at the very tip-top level, like what Germany and France are bringing to the table here. So I'm really pleased with the results. We definitely saw yesterday a better performance than back on Monday. So overall, you know, like an A for effort. Sure, the execution was only a C, but we don't mind that at all because we've had great fun and we've seen the growth of this squad over just 2 days, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, sadly, although UK upped their levels, so did Germany. The first sweep of the tournament, of course. The other result being a 3-1 France versus Spain. Truthfully, Spain have got to be feeling like the unluckiest team in the tournament. Could have taken Germany to game 5. Could have and maybe should have taken France to game number 5. But JJ, we welcome you back, of course, for the first time since Tuesday, where you did indeed help us kick off Group B. And today is a double helping of Portugal. We're going to find out exactly where they sit by the end of this evening.
Yeah, another interesting here is that, Portugal, depending on how they're going to be performing today, I was almost going to say tonight because, but depending on how they're going to be, performing today, will decide whether they're still going to be part of the playoffs or not. Depending if they win or not in any game, going against Sweden and Switzerland. And again, they have a huge mountain to climb just because of the fact that they're going to be playing 2 best-of-5s in a row.
Yeah, and that's something that we really haven't seen, and we will see again actually tomorrow. You might have noticed conspicuous by their absence, Team Italy, who are effectively top of our Group B leaderboard at the moment. They'll be playing twice in a row tomorrow, and so there is really no rest for the wicked in this case. The only team to have won a match today, at least, being Switzerland. They are also on a 1-0 scoreline. So, Bacon, there is a real smell in the air of redemption for 2 of these teams. Sweden, Portugal, they want to get at least 1 win on the board. For Switzerland, they know that if they can pick up a win here against Portugal, that's more than likely them already confirmed through to that playoff to join the likes of Germany and France.
But look at the order of matches here. Sweden is probably, like, by all counts, if you're doing like power rankings, probably one of the weakest teams. We were looking alongside UK, right, over in Group A. Probably the weakest team within this squad. Who knows? There could be a massive upset. We've got a new patch, so everything's up in the air right now for true rankings. But Portugal know that Switzerland's the strongest team, so you get like a bit of a warm-up match. Again, we don't want too much hate on Sweden because it's such a close group, but this is the order. If you wanted to play them in for today, this is the order that Portugal would want, I think.
Yes, I would agree with that entirely. And actually worth mentioning the new patch, of course, just to remind viewers or to inform viewers if you weren't with us yesterday, the new patch brings with it new problems, unfortunately, for Mew. And so whereas it was used on the Monday and Tuesday of the UEC 2022, no longer. It is banned for the rest of the tournament. It's not going to be utilized. Neither is Scissor going to be utilized. Released just today, in fact, or just last night, depending on what time zone you're in, or tomorrow night. Time zones are weird, right? But the point stand, it is a new Pokemon, and we want to try and keep things as equal as possible. So Scissor not going to be in the selection pool for today. To be fair as well, the patch has done a really good job. We saw some really different compositions. Mr. Mime, still prevalent, yes, but less effective. And I think that's what everyone really wanted to see. JJ, it's nice to see that, you know, these patches aren't coming through thick and fast. It's not like we're getting a new patch every week where the meta could potentially change. Time has been taken, nice adjustments have been made, and it led to some cracking games yesterday.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, it's you know, I always said this as well. I always say this, you know, quite recently as well, that we can only get any better from here on out, coming in from the developers, you know, coming in with these patches compared to like the initial release of the game where they really take a while to put out these balance patches and hot fixes. But now at least we know for sure that we are, you know, the game is at least going into the right direction, having these patches, balance patches, and, you know, changing the meta, you know, here and out, left and right, when, you know, when things goes, I wouldn't say things going south, but rather when things goes a little bit out of direction.
So I want to come in and support the developers here because Pokemon is probably one of the most casual franchises you can get, right? So the focus is always on new content. It's coming out with so many new Pokemon. Unlike any other game, do you get a new character every 3 weeks, right? And they're just showing that out. So with every one of those 3 weeks, we do see minor patches come onto effect to really change up the big things. But what we saw yesterday was a big across-the-board change, addressing a lot of issues like we saw with Mr. Mime, but then also buffing two much-needed Pokemon here when we saw Azumarill and Buzzwole both get massive buffs, to the point that even in my ranked games when I was playing earlier today, I saw Buzzwole in 4 out of the 5 games, which I think I'd only seen him in at launch, you know, which was crazy.
And let's not forget that wonderful use of Dodrio from Desu. So powerful and so dangerous that Team France decided to go for a target ban twice in a row. And hey, it paid off as well because they got 2 wins in a row, which confirmed them that playoff place. I am going to tangent slightly just based off what Bacon was talking about, new character. Can we have some opinions on Wiglet, please? Just general opinions. JJ, we'll start with you.
Honestly, I didn't know what to think of Wiglet, especially when I first saw that. I was like, okay, this looked like something different, man. I mean, especially when how they announced it, you know, at first, obviously, we thought it was a regional form, Poldean, Diglett, but then, you know, it got kind of announced, you know, in that fake setting of a conference that it is actually a separate thing than that of Diglett. But in all honesty, I'm totally speechless with Wiglet. I don't know how to say it. It looks so weird. It doesn't. I wouldn't say that it doesn't look like a Pokemon. It does look like a Pokemon, but like it's something that you wouldn't expect to see as a Pokemon.
I mean, look, out of all the Pokemon that have had, you know, Mega Evolutions or regional forms or different evolution trees, Bacon, I feel like Diglett is the one that just everyone forgets about, and it keeps on. Because we all remember when Alolan Diglett came out with their beautiful, like, He-Man hair.
The locks,
which was
yes.
wonderful, glory. Like, everyone was like, what on earth is going on? And then
word.
it's like, now it's beloved. And so, look, Wiglet, it is what it is. It reminds me.
It makes
of,
sense
like,
that it's not a regional form purely because they've already got a regional form of it. And the only way this is going to make sense if Diglett evolves into a Wiglet, that would make sense for it not to be a little bit like how in Sword and Shield we had Berserker, right, as the Meowth evolution there. But who knows? We could get a Wig trio come on through. That would be great fun to fight them off against each other. Me there thinking completely out of the blue, what if we get another case where we get a brand new Mon for Unite that could come up in this new game, you know, that's working in the background or something like that, because we had...
They should be, though.
Yeah, we had Matang come on.
They should be.
Yeah. We had... was it Matang? I can't remember the name of it. The one that was in Pokemon Go. That was then released into...
Melmetal.
It's Melmetal.
Melmetal, yes.
Melmetal. Yeah, there you go.
But what's to stop us getting one for Unite, right? Which would be really cool.
I'm personally hoping... I'm hoping for some claw faction. I just want to go double crab, maybe. Double crab, let's go. Let's crab it up, go. By the way, from my personal opinion, I just think that, you know, like the rubbery tubes that you get at swimming pools and such? That's Wiglet for me. Anyway, moving on to the Unite, moving back into the stuff that we're actually meant to be talking about. JJ, let's talk about our first matchup then. Portugal versus Sweden. I think hitting the nail on the head here, Bacon, with suggesting that this is the perfect scenario, not just for Portugal, but for Sweden as well. These are the two teams that have lost their first matches in Group B. This is the perfect time to set that record straight.
Right, definitely for sure. You know, both of them, you know, on their days battling, you know, respective teams, Switzerland and Italy. Sweden got, well, I wouldn't say sweep, but 1-3 that doesn't look like any good. You know, at face value, that goes as well for Portugal getting in 1-3 against Italy. So obviously, it makes sense that this is going to be the perfect opportunity for either teams, but we have to say, and cannot dismiss Portugal as well, that they were, you know, hand in hand, essentially, with Italy. So going against Sweden right now, I think they have the upper hand in terms of like micro play, but Sweden can always surprise us.
See, I'm gonna throw a little bit of a disagreement in there. I actually would favor Sweden in this one. I think it ultimately comes down to how big do you rate Italy? Italy, for me, favorites to go out of Group B. Italy, for me, maybe not as good as France or Germany, but could spring a surprise thanks to their natural team chemistry. Of course, a reminder for all of you guys, it is just the 5i roster plus Klaus 8. That's a really good roster. And the fact that they can sub in and out and they're fine with each other, like they are really, really tactically adept and adaptable, which I really like about them. But when I looked at Portugal, they also used substitutions. And Bacon, the biggest surprise really was that Gecko Kami wasn't on that starting roster. We saw Gecko Kami come in later in the series. Now, whether that was down to a schedule conflict or something, we are not entirely sure. We do not know. But what we do know is that team improved massively with Gecko Kami, but it was a little bit too late in the day to save them.
Yeah, for me, that did look more like maybe like a scheduling issue or live on the scene, seeing how they, you know, that swap up affected like who's feeling on form that day. Because sometimes, you know, we are working in the evening, sure, but it's still a work day, right? So these guys have got to try and figure it out, maybe not being as warmed on up, needing that little bit of extra time. But then also we're at a pretty... I would say monetarily low stakes tournament, but of course you've got your nation that you're trying to back here, so the stakes are there for that, for pride and everything. But realistically, this is off season, trying up new things, having a bit of fun, and also realistically, it could also be a case where they just want everyone to have a chance to play each and every day.
Yep.
Yeah, and so to then focus in on Sweden, of course, I'm going to try and force JJ into like a devil's advocate position here to try and look at what Sweden is bringing to the table. Because what I really liked about Sweden, JJ, and feel free to agree or disagree with me here, you got Zante leading from the front, of course, part of that apprentice roster, had a really disappointing Worlds. We can't mix our words here. They lost to both iClan of OCE, but to be fair, the other team that they lost to, which is why they didn't make the playoff bracket, was Black Hand. And of course, we know what happened with Black Hand later on in the tournament. Spoiler alert, they managed to sweep the finals 3-0. It was
Spoiler alert,
devastation.
there might be an AMA with them coming up later this week.
Oh, yes, there might be. You might want to tune in Saturday, of course, and keep an eye on the subreddit here at Unite Battle Hub /Pokemon Unite subreddit for all of your news and such. But actually, I think Vazid as well was a really great player to watch develop throughout that first series. It's been a while for him. He was last seen on the Five Guys roster, and he's played with seriously good players. He's played with Swedish coach Tans, who himself, great player, played with Wash Rookie, and with Bruv, two world's caliber players that we know can do incredibly well on their day. So this guy has played with some of the best in the region, and we saw him really come into his own when he switched off from Snorlax, went to Mamoswine, had a fantastic game, switched back to Snorlax, and looked just as good. So looking at the performance trend over that early series against Switzerland, they're on the up and up.
I think Switzerland could as well be like a bit of a, I don't want to say an underdog, but people aren't giving them the full credit that they deserve. Switzerland were a strong squad, and coming on through, they've got that teamwork in play. Their communication was crisp. Sure, they don't have that individual level of Italy, but Switzerland, I think, are a bit of a wild card for all this, where people just aren't going to expect them to go as far as they really would. And so coming into that later on today, that's why we were saying Portugal, if they want to make it through to Sunday, they've got to get a good game against Sweden, or who knows, maybe even take it to that game 5 so that it can learn as much about this new patch in a competitive format as possible, and then go get the wins, because, 2 wins, you're through. We know that now. But of course, if they only get 1 win, then it could all come down to that game differential, which is going to be so difficult. So what mindset are you in? JJ, I want to throw it to you. Do you want to see them maybe try and grind this one out to then get 2 wins, but, at the cost of dropping a couple of games, or just come out with a perfect game plan, be quite bold and brash about how they take things and attempt the 3-0s, I guess, but at the cost of maybe things going wrong?
I mean, I would rather them immediately just take the games if they plan to do that, just because of the fact that, as you mentioned, we are now just in on a new patch. Everyone is still learning, and if they're gonna be grinding it down, if they're gonna be dragging it down up until to the game number 5, then the other team, which is Sweden, would obviously have the same amount of time to learn their game style, which would be more risky.
It would be more risky. I genuinely think I thought we might see a game 5 with Spain and France yesterday. I think this one might have more potential. This has all the hallmarks of a scrappy fair where you're looking at 2 teams desperate to get that first win on the board, and they both know that the winner is going to come out with that first W in the column that matters the most when it comes to those playoff places. Our first draft has begun here. Reminder, it's best of 5s, and so we're going to be having 5 of these draft phases, a little
Possibly.
break in between each game. Oh, potentially, yes, of course, if we go the distance. I hope so, certainly. And we see our first bans coming through. No sign of Mr. Mime, no sign of Glaceon, and to be fair, Glaceon was suspiciously absent from the bans list and was suspiciously absent from a lot of picks, by the way. Aegislash and Serena instead coming through, and Snorlax, that's probably Vazid looking to get onto his main.
And the lack of Glaceon yesterday, whilst the nerf was just the cooldown on the Icy Wind, right? It was enough to hit where you're getting less reliable damage, or at least less, not reliable damage as such, but it reduces the amount of burst that Mon can do. Basically, in a big brawl, they're going from being able to power out 4 Icy Winds to 3. Let's just say as an example, throwing out, just random numbers, but you get the idea. So that it's not as big a pick purely for a damage basis than some other picks. It brings, as we saw, Cinderace back more into the fold for a ranged pick there.
We also saw a lot more Blastoise as well. Of course, Blastoise and Wigglytuff getting
in a lot of buffs,
yeah, and Slowbro as well, let's not forget. Portugal, their first pick is down, Lucario, and we saw a lot of targeted bans, particularly against Saryu last time out, and well, no surprise there. I'm actually quite surprised that Mr. Mime wasn't the first pick for Portugal, but hey, they've got that down on the board.
They get
JJ,
a double pick there, so it doesn't really matter about the order, does it?
But it's, it's still, I think, a great pick overall, JJ, given that although its powers have been severely curbed, it is still such a nuisance.
No, yeah, for sure. Just having those CCs, getting those, little bit of an HP recovery still is going to be very helpful to any team fights at all. Especially being paired up with this Slowbro being one of the buff Pokemons in this current patch is going to be quite an even more menace than we've seen on day ones and day two.
Tyranitar, the second ban coming through for Portugal. Team Sweden, they were asked the question, hey, how much health do you want? And they said yes. In comes the Blissey, in comes Azumarill, and Azumarill as well, one of the big winners from the patch. All of their moves and all of their evolutions, their one evolution, all cut by one level. It has been brought right back into play. We saw it used once yesterday, and that was in a game win for France. Charizard, the ban of Sweden. So we are really taking all of the all-rounders off the table. Bacon, Glaceon still on the table.
It is still on the table, but I think that Charizard pick there is a great pick. We've seen how deadly Charizard is with the Flamethrower and the Fire Blast combo. But one mon, and I've just seen Portugal has picked it that you're forgetting about, is Absol. Absol is incredibly viable right now. Still probably right up there an S-rank mon. Sure, a lot of people still think them as a central area mon, but actually in lane still works and is incredibly deadly.
Right. And there we go.
Yep.
Portugal getting in that Absol.
I think we saw a great Absol Aegislash combination from Italy. Of course, Saryu on that Absol yesterday. Good. You take Lucario away, and all of a sudden they're on what seems to be a more potent weapon. Of course, we know Saryu would much rather Lucario, but just goes to show that there is flexibility within that roster. But that's yesterday. That was, Italy a couple days ago. This is now Sweden now have 2 picks themselves. Here's that Blastoise coming
I think you can look to yesterday for guidance, though, because a pick like Blastoise is showing the thoughts of the players, and a pick like Greninja as well that we saw once yesterday, but come on in as a sort of big burst from afar damage dealer, and it goes to show that teams would prefer to pick, say, a Greninja for their long-range fights rather than that Glaceon, purely for that get-our dodge factor to be able to remove themselves from a fight rather than being basically caught off guard, because that's the issue with Glaceon, I find. Sure, the Icy Wind has got a little bit of a dash to it, but it's only a very little dash. It's more of a hop rather than a dash.
So you got a lot of tanks there. You got a lot of range attack as well. And JJ, if you're sitting in Team Portugal's shoes right now, who do you go for? Do you go for more shoring up the defensive line, or do you perhaps look for that longer range engage?
This is really, really hard to determine, especially how great Sweden's composition right now, having that really bulkiness again. And I've said this on the previous, stream as well, that ensuring yourself to to prolonging your life more on a team fight ensures your win on any clash. And essentially, Team Sweden, hypothetically, with this kind of composition, can and will achieve that. But into the side of Portugal, they are, they need to get their spikes early, because once Sweden gets their stuff online, they would not. They're almost going to not get any damage in on the side of Team Sweden, especially with this Blissey having a lot of recoveries for their teams, having a lot of C's as well with the Snorlax, and obviously Hydro Typhoon into the side of the Blastoise. And of course, we have the Azumarill, which has been buffed a lot, and you don't want to 1v1 this. Probably going to be into the top path. But into the side of Portugal, going in for that Absol and the Cinderace. Yeah, I mean, it would work, obviously. Ensuring that they would not get delayed, because in all honesty, with the current patch, I don't think Mr. Mime would be able to, sustain them as much as before. And Slowbro alone being the only one left here for Portugal, if this gets kited down, then every defenses for Portugal would get taken down.
We are surely looking at a central area Cinderace here. That is that's a risky pick, considering how squishy the rest of that roster looks, with the exceptions of Mime and Slowbro. No time to waste. Let's see whether Portugal can right the potential comp deficit that they have here to Team Sweden. JJ, Bacon, I'm going to leave it to you guys.
JJ,
Thank
we have
you
got
very
two
much,
teams here without a win posted up on the board. And, well, to get their day started, this would be a pretty big one, wouldn't it?
Yes, sirree. And here we go. This is going to be the first game, and whoever gets this first game will definitely have the momentum on their side. So, without further ado, let's have a champion time.
So it's looking like Absol is going to go for that invade. Of course, pretty standard from this week so far. Look at this Snorlax on the bottom path. I thought they were going to be able to see the Absol, maybe call them off. We do have the Froakie. Did they get the steal? Yes! The Absol has got the steal, so it's got the purple violet buff. But
oh, wow.
They've also gone and got themselves a Frog. The Snorlax looking to come push them off. Akasaki is super low there, but will they be able to get out of dodge?
And they will, you know, having that 9 slash definitely is going to be a huge help in terms of mobility. And you can see how immediately after taking that buff, they were able to just get out after taking down, you know, that Froakie as well. And now they are just free to roam around once again and pressure down the lane that they want to visit. And now going into the side of the top path, they're going to be able to get down one more for themselves. It looks like Sweden is getting in the early advantage against Portugal.
I'm curious to see if Akazaki has got any sort of stackings, probably the attack weight on there. But as we look at the Burbs, they've dropped on down, and well, it's looking like Portugal's going to be able to get the better of them. Now looking to push onto that right-hand side, but up the top, Portez looks to push a little bit too deep, and has been punished for it.
Yes, sirree. And now going down to the bottom path, we're going to be seeing another clash. There's going to be one down. No, Vazid trying to get away, gets in some rest, but that's going to be a 3v1 situation. So that's going to be another KO for them. And Sweden trying to answer back against Portugal, and they don't want to let them take the lead.
Akasaki just going to be able to score another. I don't know how many they dropped in there, but they might be punished for it. Here comes the Azumarill. We've been asking how big that change is, and it looks massive to hunt down.
I mean, oh man, like you'd expect Absol would have more damage than that of the Azumarill, but like with the recent patch, we can just see how much change it did. And now 3v2 situations that are the bottom pit, central area with the Blissey taking too much of their time, actually. Is that going to be able to get away? I don't think so. Golligana is just really buying so much time while that Lucario is waiting for the extreme speed to come up.
All right, just about 20 seconds until we see the Reggies drop. And it's looking like Sweden is already stacking 4 up on top with the Slowbro pushing on through afterwards. Already getting a couple of attacks on in, but they've got to be careful. Portugal might have a response here. Looks like they're going to pull back, get ready for this fight, because we will see a bout before the Reggies will be taken.
Right. Only the Mr. Mime is left at the bottom path just to try to wall them down. But Sweden is now pulling all the stops into the Regieleki side, just poking them down to bait down Portugal. And they're going to be able to try to contest. And look at this right now. Portugal's trying to get away. They're not going to be able to get away. There's going to be one down into the side of Sweden. And who's going to be able to get into Regieleki? Here comes the Hydro Typhoon from Portugal. Going to be able to take down Tree in the process. And going to be able to secure that Regieleki for themselves as well, taking it away from the Sweden team. And now they're going to be able to destroy the first score goal from the top path.
Portugal, unfortunately, not able to break that goal before the Reggie stepped up to it. Don't know actually who took the Reggie down on bottom path, but nonetheless, Sweden, a massive error there, I'd say, JJ. They were too antsy to get onto it. They can't really go looking straight to meltdown. You know now you've got to go for that team fight before stepping on, because the Reggie is actually quite frail. Sure, it does a lot of damage, but it can be melted pretty quickly, and you don't want to risk that.
Yeah, just to point out as well that it was Portugal that got the bottom Reggie, actually. I'm not entirely sure which Reggie came out, but it was Portugal that got it. Seeing how the, this Snorlax and Azumarill does have the buffs from that of the Reggies. I believe that is Reggie Steel.
Yeah, with the attack and special attack buff coming out from the red one. Here's Sumeral there, taking so much damage, but just being able to, hop, skip, and a jump their way back to their own goal, get a little bit of HP back there. And when we look at that Zoom reel, another problem I've seen from Sweden is that they're opening themselves up to those one-on-ones, because you do not want to take a Zoom reel in a one-on-one.
Especially not now, and not with that Registeel buff. Obviously, getting in those buffs into the attacks, and having that one-on-one essentially guarantees it always getting those crits. But right now, we're gonna be seeing another clash into the top path. Kamek's gonna be able to take down one. Blast. And Porches trying to get away with the help of the dark, with the help of the Cinderace, and at the very least, they were able to sustain themselves, survive that team fight, not giving out XPs. And now here comes Portugal's with their teammate response, but going to be a little bit too late. But at the very least, they can, try to regroup before the Regieleki.
Just a little correction, of course, Portugal are the ones in orange, Sweden in the purple. Things.
Right.
Yeah, I was there going like, just you go into caster mode, don't you? Where you don't look at that, you're just purely looking at player names and such, and all looking at the Unite come off. Of course, Vazi was pretty low, but utilizing that to really just try and zone push out Mons, get them identified all around this Regieleki, who is down to a third HP. It's looking like Portugal might be dropping as well. They're all super low, but they've got to pick onto the Blastoise, and it will be Sweden walking away with the Regieleki and forcing Portugal back. They should be able to stand on top of the goal, though.
And that is so great. Like, you know that Portugal has... Well, okay, now we're corrected. Portugal has had a lot of their stacks ready from the early get-go, but Sweden is just denying them on every objective. Not on team fights, but on every objective.
Oh, you gotta be careful. The Greninja there needs to run it on out. No, it's going to be dropped. No, still somehow stays alive. That Blissey, having yourself a pocket Blissey is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that is also the pop off on that what it calls the Waterburst Shuriken Unite move, which essentially gave it a little bit of an HP. Well, not an HP. What it called some form of shield, allowing it to get that recovery from the Blissey and sustain itself. But then Taz was just magnificent in that play.
Did see Sweden take the Registeel once again as well. That was Zante to thank for that. So Sweden at the moment with a pretty decent XP boost over their opposition. Not an incredible amount, not enough to win the game entirely. This will go down to the Rayquaza, sorry. I was going to say Regiquaza for whatever moment. But, ooh, the Blissey just going to get a little forward push, and that will put them up to level 11. Looking pretty healthy as well there. But they've got to get out of dodge, and the Azumarill will come and offer some support. But that Blissey is sticking very deep.
Yeah, and again, they are just isolating it, and while isolating it, they want, Portugal always goes in for a 1v1 with that Azumarill, which is something you don't want to have. But now both on the teams, one is down. Blissey definitely is one of the Pokemon that you don't want Sweden have, in terms of team fight. So definitely that is a huge target and a priority target here for Portugal. But here we go, another team fight. The series is going to be going down. That's going to be one down into the side of Portugal. Another one here. Surf's going to be used, mid slash as well, and Showtime from the Mr. Mime. But that Hydro Typhoon is going to be with him. Bliss assistance to take down more recovery, and that's going to be 4 down for Portugal. And I think they now have the guaranteed Rayquaza, but let's find out if this Lucario can still survive. And look at that crossover, but unfortunately, there goes the Azumarill, and they're not going to be able to get away, securing that Rayquaza for themselves as well. And just like that, they can just score in one of the gap that they already have, and seemingly Sweden is going to be taking this first game. But look at that, another Psycho Cut coming from Akasaki, actually removing all those shield from the Rayquaza, but that's not going to be enough to stop them from scoring, as that Blitz is going to be able to take down 100 down in the points.
Okay, now Sweden just got to hold on. 45 seconds possible for Portugal. I'm not going to say it's impossible all here, JJ. They could gather up and somehow get one massive push, but it is so unlikely it's got to be admitted, especially when Sweden are just looking to remove any farm away from Portugal, stop them from getting up any AOS energy ready to score. And now you can see up in that top path, they are looking to just push across, break that goal, but Blissey looks to stop it and does indeed.
Oh, they
15
did.
seconds left to go, and it looks done and dusted.
Yes, sirree, and that's going to be our first match's winners. You know, it is going to be Sweden taking the first game for this best of 5. Looking pretty good for them, and as I mentioned at the start of the game, whoever's going to be able to take down the first game will have the momentum going over to the succeeding games.
Yeah, Sweden as well, of course, they've only got one game today so that they can take what they've learned and go into tomorrow. Over on the side of Portugal, though, they've got to pick themselves back up, and then they would have to go into another game after, if they get the loss, for example, and have to pick themselves up. If they get the win, of course, then you carry that momentum. So, as we see this one, JJ, we're seeing all the stats. Sweden basically just had the run from about that 3 minute on in at the start of the first Reggies. They were able to keep that momentum and keep it rolling.
No, yeah, for sure. And as I mentioned, Sweden, they weren't winning the team fights in the early game. What they're doing is just denying Portugal of the objectives, and from there on out, just following it up with their own KOs against Portugal, because Portugal is getting a little bit, overextended when taking those objectives. So having that little, hole of opportunity, that little spot for opportunity, Sweden is not letting that slide.
Yeah, just looking through those stats. Zante, for me, being the surprising one at 77k. We know Blastoise just is a massive nuisance and sticks around, but I wasn't expecting crazy numbers like that. Whereas Starzerg, again, feels a little bit lower, but it's more about those individual picks, not going for those group fights, so you wouldn't expect the damage to be up higher than, well, I was thinking more about the 50k mark, so a little bit below what I was expecting, but important picks nonetheless, right?
Yeah, definitely. So, in this kind of composition, as I mentioned earlier, it's, again, just surviving for, just prolonging your life, ensuring that you stay longer than your opponent is definitely the key meta composition in the current map, compared to if we were still in remote stadium where scoring in is not scoring in is what's important. What's important is taking in that Zapdos. But this time, since we don't have the Zapdos, that is what's important, ensuring that you stay even longer than your opponents.
Right, folks, we're going to head on over to a break. When we come back, we'll be going into game number 2 between Sweden and Portugal.
I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm sorry that I didn't hit you back when you call my line. Or did you even need to talk? Or you wasting time declining all your FaceTime calls? Cause you're not my vibe, but God just let me go to sleep. Someone get high with me. Yeah, cause I'm running away. I'm looking for space. I'm healing from all of the pain. I'm running away. Cause I feel lost right now, and it's hard to breathe. And I've lost myself. What happened to me? What happened to me? I made myself clear, but I guess you didn't hear. Now stop texting every second, I just wanna disappear. Like a fly up in my ear, you don't ever wanna stop. Yeah, you have me kicking rocks, just leave me alone for once. Just leave me alone, I'm running away. I'm looking for space. I'm healing from all of the pain. I'm running away. Cause I feel lost right now, and it's hard to breathe. And I've lost myself. What happened to me? What happened to me?
Welcome back, friends, to the Unite European Cup. We are just barely scratching the surface of this series between Portugal and Sweden. And Sweden, fair to say, folks, looking good. Looking really good, taking that game 1 win. Of course, this is into game number 2. So apologies, the graphics will be updated very soon. We have our first bans through. That is from Aegislash and Lucario for Portugal and Sweden, respectively. Portugal going for that Mr. Mime again, JJ. But really, even with Gecko Kami on it, didn't help them too much. And Sweden looking to go for that bulky build again. Blissey and Snorlax first on the docket.
Yeah, oh wow. The first 2 picks are the same as well since game number 1. It seems as if it's just like watching a replay of what has had happened, right? On game number 1. But they're gonna be changing it up, having in that as arena, maybe, I'd say, well, since the Lucario has already been banned, I didn't notice that Lucario has been banned, but like it's gonna be the replacement for the Lucario. But essentially, they're still getting it for the same composition, whereas Sweden is off the same, having that Azumarill, ensuring that they have the Azumarill as well in their composition.
Yeah, that is exactly the same composition that Sweden went for with their first 3. Slightly different for
Yeah.
Portugal, of course. They did have Lucario. Lucario's been banned away. Serena was actually one of the second phase bans from Sweden. And so Portugal has decided to just take that while the going is hot, and hopefully for them, it provides some dividends. Another Charizard ban coming through this time, or was it from Sweden last time? I think it was from Sweden last time. I think Portugal.
It was from Sweden. We've flipped sides because it's linked to the scoreboard, of course. So
it's
when we
wild.
flipped over, but that is a targeted ban if we've ever seen one with the Greninja.
Ban, yep.
Yeah, that's not a surprise, especially with that Greninja doing so much damage. It's not a surprise. And look, some people will say, "Oh, gee, why worry with targeted bans? Why not just run your own game?" Well, hey, if you want to look at France, for example, one of arguably the best teams in this tournament, they went targeted bans against Spain, and it proved them well indeed. Sweden coming through with the Blastoise. Portugal using the lack of a ban on T-Tar to bring T-Tar in for themselves. JJ, I'm looking at this Portugal roster, and even though Sweden looks to be going in exactly the same direction as last time, it's only the Greninja that they will not be able to have. Portugal with so much more offensive output, but with the health pools to supplement it.
Yeah, I mean, it's how do I say this? It's essentially the same composition as the game number one, right? Like having those, having only Mr. Mime and
Basically.
Slowbro as their, what do you call it, as their tank, as their defender, and as their sustain. But other than that, what I really like about this is the Serena pick, which essentially can sustain itself. There goes the Serena as well for the backlane damage, or more of a mid-range damage. But at the very least, they can now take on Sweden, even more than they did on game number one, thanks to that Tyranitar with its passive.
So
It's interesting. Oh,
I
God,
was going to say, looking at this, basically the only difference for Sweden is that Greninja has been swapped on out for the Cinderace, of course, but the change-ups coming on through towards Portugal now, that's interesting for me, of course. You've got no Lucario in there, so the Serena pickup makes sense for me. Of course, you've still got the Slowbro and the Mr. Mime pick, but seeing the T-Tar come on in place of the Absol alongside, of course, the Sylveon, is an interesting one there. Clearly not getting the utility they wanted out of the Absol. Absol just being melted a little bit too quick for that sort of lurking continuously in your face. Whereas if we can get T-Tar up to level 9, get fully evolved, then that's a nuisance to be dealt with. It just does not go down.
Yeah, if you're just rejoining, if you've had a stretch, if you're back here now, no, Sweden didn't steal away Cinderace. This is Portugal deliberately choosing T-Tar and Sylveon, and I think that they've got a really good opportunity here. A lot of 1v1 potential, little in the way of CC, but if they can get those picks, you never know, the Swedish wall might come crumbling down. JJ, Bacon, it's over to you.
JJ, this is going to be so hype. I can't wait for it. Game 2, buddy.
It is, but I do have a question for you though, and this is just before while we're waiting for the game to actually start, unloading. What if Tyranitar, right, gets his evolution at level 8 instead of 9? Unite will still stays at level 9, but the Tyranitar getting in at level 8. What do you think of that?
I think Tyranitar is just so strong late game that you need to have that higher Evo to push it, to make it viable. Like Tyranitar, especially whilst it's still a a Larvitar, is quite squishy. You need to oppress that. You need to make sure they can't get there. You definitely need to go steal away the XP from its central farm, because that's how you get it high quick. It's a very similar case to the Cinderace. I would just say Tyranitar's balanced because it's close, like naturally by having that range. That's the buff for Cinderace there by comparison. Having range gives it more versatility over distance, but it's the sustain on Tyranitar that is the scariest part for me.
That's true. Well, we're now in the game, and as much as I'd like to say, let's have a champion time, Relic is just looking at me and like very sussy. He's asking that question of the level 8 Tyranitar.
No.
Well, anyway, going back to the game, we are now at 9-minute mark. We now have the Ndidi female coming up into that of the central area, obviously at 9:15. But it seems as if we have Sweden getting in still, that offense against Portugal. But here comes Dark with that Larvitar. Sorry, no longer Larvitar, but a Pupitar rather. Immediately level 5 at 8:50.
Oh. This is looking rather fierce from Sweden once again, already taking names. Just going to have to go back to the home half, pick up the berries, finally finish off the rest of the farm, as we do see the central farm step on in, the Beltoys around the corner, but no one's really choosing to go for them. It's only the Serini going down to pick one, and that might have been a little bit too costly. Sarsurg trying to jump on, but the Serini does get away.
Right, and it's actually a pretty good decision, micro decision coming in from Portugal as well, because again, you don't want a repeat of game number 1, getting in a little bit too risky against Sweden, getting knocked off as well. Sure, maybe perhaps if you outnumber them, but not at the moment, because again, they are too bulky that you won't be able to diminish them. But right now, going into the 8-minute mark, we're going to be able to see Sweden taking most of those birds than that of Portugal. But Portugal, get Kami with that Mr. Mime again, as Relic said, it's not going to be doing as much as Stan's going to be able to take down 2 in the process, scoring down into that of the bottom pad first to score goal.
That Cinderace being at level 8 is massive for Sweden right now. This could be a massive pick. Removing the Azumarill, who's been such a nuisance there. It's only the Blissey at level 5 as well, so the lowest you can see on screen right now, just having to defend. The bulk really showing itself, though. There comes the War Turtle to try and push them off, but it's only pushed them back into the burst, which they'll take the farm off anyway.
And the people are already at level 8 as well, so it's going to be a menace quite soon. But Tans already is on level 9, does have access to its Unite move, and the Tyranitar right just a few seconds before the Regieleki has evolved. And now both of these menace just needs to take it out on each other. If, you know, this Tyranitar can get in on the team fight, then definitely it would be on the side of Portugal. But if Sweden, you know, if Tans here would not be taken down, then I think they're just going to free hit everyone. But look at this right now. Portugal does have that amazing, you know, positional advantage into that Regieleki, but Blazing Bicycle Kick is going to be used. It's going to be 2 down, and Dark, despite being a Tyranitar, is still not going to do that much. Yes, they have a huge amount of damage, but being alone is not going to do it for them. This is a team fight and not an individual game. And just like that, they're going to be able to take down 4 in the process, but Portugal has bought enough time for them to get back and perhaps steal this Regieleki as well. Unfortunately, not at the nick of time, as Sweden is going to be able to take it down with Water Spout of that Ivysaur, not Ivysaur, but the Water Turtle.
Or just playing the margins right there. Vazid on the Snorlax, being able to keep Portugal just far enough away for just long enough. Sure, this Regieleki shouldn't step on in, but it's a beautiful distraction as now they will head on over for the Registeel. It is just Dark on the Tita to try and do that damage, to try and steal it, but no, it will be the
beautiful
Blissey
block.
going to be able to finish off. Brilliant little block, like you said, and now they might be able to get Dark. Dark's trying to run away, get back to goal, and will be saved, takes the berries, and now turns into attack. This bout will continue.
Yes, sir. Queen Ascend is going to be used, but Taz still surviving, and with a Buddy Berry coming in from that of the Snorlax, Power Nap is going to sustain Taz, and unfortunately going to be able to take them down. You know, that was quite close there for Tans, but Portugal here doesn't want that and wants to Glass Cannon.
JJ,
essentially funnel this Tyranitar.
You said about bringing T-Tar down to level 8. I think that's just proof that you need to move T-Tar up to level 10. The whole side. Portugal have been able to get away with murder because T-Tar has just been able to sustain and run away.
I mean, you know, the only way for Sweden to stop this Tyranitar right now is if they can isolate it. But unfortunately, I don't think Portugal is going to do that anytime soon. But look at that right now. Blaster is going to be isolated as well. But with the help of the Rapid Speed, going to be able to get away pretty quickly. But here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Going to be wasted just a little bit. Here comes a block as well. Into Zara, going to be able to take them down. It's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor of Sweden. To make that 3. And Akazaki coming in with a Fairy Frolic just to be able to survive, ensuring that they are forced to use that. So on the next team fight, they will be more ready than that of Portugal.
That's your answer right there. Star Zerg on the Azumarill to try and focus on that T-Tar. Maybe throw the Blastoise into the mix as well to be able to soak up the damage. But so far, that's the only way I can see that getting dropped. The Serena is a little bit scary as well in big group fights like this. It's got to be said. Especially when they could throw that out. A 2 KO from the Serena.
That was beautiful. They know that they need to target Tans with that of the Cinderace so that they would essentially diminish 50% of the damage output coming in from the side of Sweden. Because other than that, you know, yes, you do have the Snorlax, yes, you do have the Azumarill and that of the Blastoise, but it doesn't do as much damage than that of the Cinderace. So definitely taking out and targeting that Cinderace puts up a lot of relief for the side of Portugal.
Well, quick thoughts here, JJ. Why would you pick the Sylveon over the Glaceon, especially when you're looking at just like damage here?
Well, see, that is the difference, right, of the 3 Pokemon. For Espeon, we have the burst damage. For Glaceon, you do have the DPS. However, for Sylveon, not only do you have the DPS, obviously with the help of with the Hyper Voice, but rather, but also you do have the pressure of having that prolonged DPS from mid-range.
Yeah, and as soon as you get up to like level right now, when you get to level 11, the cooldown effectively just is 2 seconds, isn't it? You can just continuously have hyper voice up.
Yeah, and that is definitely something that you don't want to get hit off, especially if there's a lot of Pokemon that, walks a little bit too slow, that even if you try to get away, if you don't have the battle item, like X speed or eject button, you won't be able to get away.
Okay, we just stack up. It's interesting to see the weight be so far south, essentially, down in the grass here, as Rayquaza spawns into his pit. Vazid is quite far up, has a lot of information being gathered here. Knows no one's waiting to jump into Rayquaza. Portugal just have to bide their time, wait for this.
Yeah, let's find out who's going to be able to, who's going to initiate the team fight with both of these teams. But here we go. Here comes the team fight. They're going to be able to see Vazid. If Vazid is going to get isolated, Pyron is going to be used. That's going to be a one down inside of Portugal. That is going to be the Sylveon in the process. Here comes the block as well. Quintessence is going to be used. That's going to be able to take down Tans. So that is going to be the damage output diminishing to the side of Sweden. So they can just get in onto this. But look at that, Bliss Assist is going to be used as well. There's going to be Trina inside of Portugal. Yes, we don't have the damage output right now, but we do have the sustain for ourselves, and that's going to be another one for Sweden. Unfortunately, Portugal can going to have Tree down for themselves, but at the right time, Akasaka was able to respond back, and they are now going to have the advantage into that Rayquaza. They're going to be able to take down the Snorlax as well, and here comes the Rayquaza. My ladies and gentlemen, Portugal was able to get that opportunity, not letting it slip by on their hands, and just scoring in right now against Sweden. And look at that, that's going to be 200 points away, but again, it's still a little bit too early to say, as Sweden is only at 366 and there's still 30 more seconds. But unfortunately, I think, as we can see on the minimap, there's not a lot of points into the side of Sweden, and they're a little bit too far off from the score goals from Portugal. So I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be able to get in, especially that Portugal is still there, to defend their score goals.
Yeah, I'm interested by this Mr. Mindplay down bottom. Looking to run in another, what would that be, 88 there. But as they start stacking up on the top here, they're just not going to get anywhere near the amount of points required as time's up. Well, Portugal. I love that little last second play, being able to take it at Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, their composition was just great right now. And then especially it's not just the composition, right? It's not just the composition. If anything, I would have to give it to Sweden in terms of composition. Basing on the Pokemon alone. However, Portugal played it very beautifully, that they allowed the Tyranitar to get that level 9 just before the Regieleki come up, that it actually helped them down going into the late game, that it is just essentially, Tyranitar checking in most of the damage and giving out most of the damage as well, whereas Portugal as well, trying to isolate one Pokemon into the side of Sweden, knowing their targets, especially Tans, right? Tans is essentially their target. Portugal is always proccing that Quintessence into Tans just so they can remove most of the damage output coming in from Sweden. And look at that, 85k coming in from Kid Tans is what they're trying to remove from play. And after that is done, Azumarill doesn't do that much of a damage if we are talking about a team fight.
Yeah, it's just more that individual, and that's why you see the Azumarill get up to like level 11 pretty fast, but then past that, where it is just all team fights right at the end, they will stick around level 13. My issue for Sweden in that match was they gave way too much freedom to Dark to be able to get to level 9 and then push on from there. They needed invades. That's where you would see Starzerg on the Azumarill take away from that top path. They've got up to level 6. After that point, they focus on just chasing down Dark, and I feel that was the immediate play, because essentially from about 5 minutes on in, Portugal were just slowly but surely being able to get the macro game. Sure, we saw Sweden go and get a Reggie and so on and so forth, but they didn't have the level advantage when it came to the important factor of Rayquaza at the end.
No, yeah, that's one of the main issues as well, right? For Sweden, thank you for pointing it down, that they are trying to pinpoint Dark, right, with that of the Tyranitar, but knowing the fact that they need to get in And that is what Tyranitar wants you to do. That's what Dark wants you to do, to get in on team fights. That is essentially what we call is the plan, the trap of Portugal here from going against Sweden, and they essentially just were played under the palm of their hands.
Right, folks, we're going to head on over to a break. Once we come on back, we'll head off, of course, into game number 3, another draft for you, and we'll even bring back Relic. See you in 5 minutes.
Don't know, and I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Just don't know. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go.
It's level 4 is too early gate here on the Unite European Cup. All madness is broken loose as Portugal has broken loose of their losing shackles and found themselves a quite convincing dub in game number 2. Relic joined by the wonderful Digital Bacon, the wonderful JJ Kun, and of course a big shout out to not just Bacon, but also to Gamma, both of them doing the wonderful production and observing things that brings you all of the pretty pictures. We're straight into the draft then for game number 3. As soon as we went on to break, I said to these guys, incoming Serena and or T-Tar ban, and immediately from Team Sweden, we see the Serena ban, which is something which we were probably expecting. Portugal sticking with that Aegis/ban. It is very clear that they do not want to have to deal with it. But for the first time today, Bacon, we do not see Mime picked up first. It will be picked up first by Portugal, but Sweden sticking with the Slowbro.
Does this mean that Slowbro is now better than Mime? Like, that's a weird thought, but the Mime, to me, doesn't seem to be getting as much like effective use. I don't know what's going on there, but like Mime doesn't feel as vital. I know yesterday, even with the nerfs, Mime was still incredibly impactful, but now just maybe it's just how they're going about these engagements. Mime's not getting the results that we need from them.
But it's also a steal, JJ, in that we saw the Slowbro Mr. Mime combination. So Sweden may be looking to pick it away from Portugal to help, and Portugal has responded in kind. Hey, you like that blast? You love that water turtle, don't you? Hey, how about this? How about we take it away from you and enjoy it ourselves?
Yeah, that's for sure. But again, just going back a little bit, Slowbro, they just replaced their Snorlax, their Blastoise, with this with the Slowbro. But essentially, I think it right now, after patch, I think Slowbro is much better than that of Mr. Mime, just because of the fact of Slow Beam. You could bound your opponents. You can essentially stop down Mr. Mime if it does decide to use its Unite move. Even actually Blastoise. I keep on referring to Kamex, the Japanese name, but even Blastoise, you can actually stop it with Slow Beam. So.
The weirdest flex I've ever felt right there.
It's funny as well because the only
This is also after I've been looking at all the Pokemon in their French names because of course, the set coming through from Pump all week, and I'm having to learn, and it's doing my head. Like, my brain is not that big. Please help.
I feel like Kamex is probably one of the most well-known Japanese, or I guess original names of these Pokemon as well, so I don't blame you. I also don't blame Sweden for choosing a Sylveon ban over a Tyranitar ban. Sylveon, of course, we talked about that cone damage that it's able to produce with Carmine, Hyper Voice. It's super deadly, and to be fair, I think it's a good choice. Charizard off the table as well. Team Portugal then laying down the line with that Tyranitar. Sweden sticking with the Cinderace, but in comes the Clamolang. It's the Fishburb.
It is quite interesting that we didn't see the Tyranitar ban, especially after that last game. So Portugal definitely having the opportunity to pick that Tyranitar once again is, going to be the play of the game here. And another thing that's interesting as well for Portugal here is that they don't have a backlane damage. They don't have a long range damage dealer, and it is only the Blastoise, which it's technically not a long-range Pokemon. It's more of a mid-range Pokemon, mid-range attacker. So they would definitely have a hard time. As much as I would love to say that, Sweden's a little bit squishy, sure, but they do have that backlane damage and the mobility as well, coming in from that Cinderace and the Cramorant.
I'm imagining Tans will more than likely be on the Cinderace, but I think Portugal is starting to get comfy, and I think that Portugal is quite happy with the idea of a dive comp here, and every single one of those Pokemon to me suggests dive comp. Mr. Mime, Blastoise, Tyranitar, Snorlax, more than happy to get into the middle. You've got that Machamp basically replacing the Sylveon on a small amount of CC. Worth mentioning as well, of course, a big thank you to Gamma, who reminds us, Cross Chop has been fixed from the recent patch, and so it now crits properly on top of everything else that it can bring. I think that's another great choice composition from Portugal.
I would still go for a Lucario over the Machamp, though, right there, purely for the get-in. Like you said, with the dive, Lucario can be a great instigator to start that attack and throw it on in, as well as having the option to scout. When we're talking about the later game, when we're talking about Rayquaza, however you want to say it. Lucario being able to near enough pounce across to get a lot of info is vitally important at that stage. Now, Portugal, sure, they only really have to, well, I don't know, I was going to say they only really have to worry about the Blastoise and the T-Tar, but when that's 2/5 of your team, that you've got to really focus on trying to level on up. The Machamp isn't too big a worry at Machoke is pretty much fine. You know, you don't have to worry too much. And since the changes to Unite moves, Machamp's Unite is pretty much just to start a fight, really, or, you know, part of it. It's not like what it used to be. I look at Portugal in here and just say this is fine. It's really going to come down to how they work as a team rather than their actual picks.
If I'm Portugal, I am a little bit more worried about that Cinderace. They look confident. They feel confident. No one's confident about how to say Rayquaza. But what I do know is that I'm confident that JJ and Bacon will have a champion time.
Thank you very much. But I just like to point out that I don't think Bacon's going to be able to survive this aftermath of this stream, because you know how people are getting a little bit too strict with that pronunciation of the Pokemon names.
Come on,
I am sorry, but you're going to that
what you on there, JJ?
Well, man, I'm not sure about you, but I'm just trying to be safe here on Twitter. But anyway, going back into the games, my man. Again, it is going to, the question here for the current composition of these teams is whether or not Portugal would be able to get in and dive down against Sweden, or would Sweden be able to stop them from coming in with the Cramorant and the Cinderace. But here we go, game number 3. Both of the teams are 1-1. Let's have a champion time.
Right, so we've got the invading Snorlax, of course, at level 2 by the time you reach over there, because the XP is based... Oh! Now that is as clean and precise as you could ask from Zorak.
Yeah, you don't want that happening to your team, and definitely Goner is not going to be able to stop this from getting out as well. Knowing the fact that Zorak not only does have a little bit of mobility, that comes with a tackle, but does have that focus band as well. So there we go, getting in those recoveries in the process, getting that citrus berries as well. A little bit of boost on its movement speed as well with the help of the gluttony ability, and there you go. Portugal does have the lead in the early game right now. Both of these two Pokemon, Snorlax and Dark, without the Pupitar having those buffs. But Gecko Kami gonna be taken out once again.
Oh, some cheeky little drops. No! The Raboot has been denied. The Squirts are going to be able to Skull Bash their way across to deny it. The Central Burbs will look to fall the way of Sweden, being able to get many of the Swablu, but it's going to be that Altara. Remember, now dropped to 4 score points, Aeos NGs. Let's just see what goes on there. Is look towards this Snorlax on the far left lane, getting chased on down by the Blissey, trying to go for that invade. This could be a little bit risky, and it will be the Reboot coming away with that buff.
Right, and that's going to be a 3v1 situation right now. But again, with the help of tackle and that gluttony, just allows us to get away quite fast, especially after a 1 minute mark, those Salak Berry comes out into that other central area. But look at that, Gecko Kami once again picked off. That is not looking good for Portugal.
Akazaki trying to just stop the Cramorant Ozante from scoring that, but unfortunately not going to be able to get them stopping. This is a very weird sort of like a lot of exchanges here. The individual fights going 1 versus 2. Cramorant looking to just push on out, but again getting way too deep there. It hurts my small brain.
It does, I'd have to say, Portugal definitely is getting a little bit too complacent right now, and them getting picked off again and again in this team fight just gives out so much XP into Sweden. And definitely, again, as I've mentioned before, you don't want to give the power spikes into the side of Sweden, because you're going to have a hard time knowing the fact that no one yet in Portugal is currently at level 9, whereas this Cinderace from Sweden is already at level 9, going to be able to put up so much damage right now from that of the back lane. And Portugal needing that, needing to get in is just going to be quite a huge problem for them. Blazing Bicycle Kick is going to be used right now, but it is going to be the Cramorant, going to be isolated and going to be taken down in the process as well. But here comes Stark with that of Tyranitar already at level 9. Does have the Tyrannical Rampage popped up as well, but it's not going to be enough though. The Blizz is going to be taken down. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Sweden, getting taken down. But Dark here, you're not going to be able to survive. Here comes the burn as well, and a Telekinesis is going to be used into Dark. No follow-up, however, and that's going to be 2 down into Portugal. Cramorant is going to be going back with that revenge KOs against the other team. And now Portugal, having that very low health, is going to put them on a disadvantage going into this Regieleki.
Well, Portugal were too staggered with their attacks. The Tyranitar came through a little bit too late, so it basically meant that whilst, yes, they got a pick, the Cinderace is back into action. Well, Tans can get involved, but look at this. That's a big push right coming out there. The T-Tar is going to be dropped on down, but can the Cinderace stay alive? Of course, up to level 9, the Machamp in the fray as well. Mr. Mime got a lot of sustain here, but again, not enough to be able to and go take the Regieleki. They have to fall back and wait for another bout.
Yeah, and this is the best, right? This is the best situation here for Portugal, having those XP lead against Sweden and just maintaining that against Sweden is what they want. And here comes Showtime as well, coming down just to be able to take down the Slowbro, one of the tanks that still doesn't have its Unite move. Definitely not going to be a huge help here for Sweden. And now the only one left here is Cinderace. That is the only damage dealer that they have. Starzerg obviously trying to stay into that at the bottom patch so that if there's anyone down there, they could just essentially take them down. 1v1 team fights, but Portugal really still under the advantage. Tyrannical Rampage is once again up and going to be procced up as well.
They're looking to focus onto the Slowbro and then hopefully get enough so that they can clear. But what a beautiful use of the slowdown. I'm going to remove Dark from play for a moment. It's enough to remove Dark entirely. They'll move on over towards the goal, remove it from play. But here comes Zorak looking to just get these stops on through with the slam downs, the heavy slam. Going to just remove him for a second, but doesn't get the whole squad. Now we'll see the Cinderace push on back, try and take down the Regieleki, rip through it as quick as possible. Okami's looking, waiting to just step on in, but no, removed from play. And well, this has been expertly done by Sweden.
Beautiful comeback coming in from Sweden, whereas Portugal got in a little bit too greedy. They were a little bit overextended as well, that Sweden was able to respond back and essentially put down the reverse Uno card against Portugal. And now they're having a hard time once again. Sweden knowing that they need to isolate them one by one and cannot be in on them on team fights is going to be the key to victory here for Sweden. They're going to be able to destroy the secondary score goal in the process as well. And look at that, another isolation, going to be able to take down 2, and this Blastoise is not going to be surviving for long. And look at that, Hydro Typhoon is going to be used here. Yes, putting down on a very low HP right now into the side of Sweden, but they're not going to be enough to get them up. And look at this Blizz, he's doing so much to ensure that Tans is going to survive, and just like that, they live for another day. Beautiful play from the Blissey.
I was going to be a bit... I didn't think they were going to be able to get on through, but Akazaki does take down the goal, so it's a little bit of a reprieve for Portugal, but they need another regroup. Sure, they do have Rayquaza dropping in 50 seconds, but look at Sweden once again.
14.
Every single bit of XP is in their favor. They are just so beefy and buffed up right now.
Wow. Man, again, level 14 Cinderace is just a menace right now. It's like the Greninja getting in that level 14 before the the boss comes out. That is something that you don't want to have. And Portugal, they already had the game in the mid game, early game to mid game. They already had it up to their hands, but they allowed Sweden to get in so much XP, gave Syndere so much free hits to them that they essentially funneled them up as well.
But look at the unites here, though. Portugal, every single player has got a unite ready to go. The Cramorant does just unlock there, so that's 4. And the Azumarill, that's perfectly timed as a response by Sweden.
Now let's find out who's going to be able to take in the initiation into that other team fight. Sweden is now poking that Rayquaza just so they can bait down Portugal, and they did. A barrage ball is going to be used. Here comes Hydro Typhoon with the eject button displacement as well, but it is going to be one down into the side of Portugal, and the Crown is going to be going down as well. Kid Sands is not going to be able to survive this. Very beautiful Portugal targeting Kid Sands, the damage output, and now I think they're going to have that positional advantage into that of the Rayquaza, perhaps even taking this down against Sweden. But here comes Gunnar. Gunnar with Egg Bomb here, would be able to seal this down if they can push out in the right timing. But look at that, Slow Bro is going to be used as well. Never mind, that is going to be the safeguard rather, and Portugal going to be able to get the team sweep, taking that Rayquaza in the process as well, and scoring down, against Sweden. But again, Sweden still in the lead here with only 4 points ahead. Now make that a 104 points ahead, but we have to remember that Sweden still does have 40 more seconds to score in, but having those 3 KOs is not going to be helping them.
Oh, still got that score shield on them. Not for long, and Portes is going to remove that top one. We're looking at, 210 points now? That's too far.
Right.
Even with a group push towards that bottom goal, that's only going to be 100. They're going to have to push through to the central one. And, we've got Snorlax and a Blastoise sitting on there. Portugal know they have done it now. They are feeling safe as can be.
They are, Portugal's making me eat my words, essentially. So, because, Portugal already had the early game, going to the mid game. Unfortunately, they got eaten up by Sweden by, being a little bit, not a little bit, but they were overextending a lot. They were a little bit too complacent a lot, on those team fights that they essentially just gave away XP to Sweden. And once again, guys, just to remind everyone, and especially those who are new to the competitive scene as well of Pokemon Unite, this game does have, does have rubber banding, which means that even if your opponent's very nice MVP score, even if your opponent is currently high on level, having so much of a gap against you, if you can take them down, you would get so much XP that you can essentially just catch up to them.
So I hate the term rubber banding because I always think of Mario Kart or something, and it just feels like an unfair advantage. Catch-up mechanics. So that by the time you get to Rayquaza, it's not all doom and gloom. Folks at home, don't surrender at 5 minutes left to go. Don't be one of those people. You can always come back into it with a well-coordinated team fight. But that's the beauty of it. Being able to come back in and drop in Tans on the Cinderace very early in that Rayquaza fight was everything for me, because that's your chief damage dealer being removed there.
Yeah, they started off with Zante, with the Cramorant, and then immediately followed up with Kid Sands, essentially removing the damage output here for Team Sweden. Again, Azumarill, sure, can deal so much damage, but not in a team fight. Perhaps on a 1v1, but never in a team fight, and that is not a Pokemon that would help a lot on the Rayquaza fights.
Right, this fight is going to have to go on into another match, of course. Who knows, we might be seeing our first Game 5. It's definitely got the feeling of it here, JJ. I'm excited for it, but we need to give these teams a little break and a chance to redraft. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Whispered promises straight to my heart. I'd never noticed, but you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you gave me roses, set me apart. All I felt was bliss, but you were never there, you were never. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better when I swear. Follow you no matter where. Think it better when I swear. Follow you no matter where. Down in empty streets, looking for joy. I don't wanna admit I'm better on my own, better on my own. You say we're not meant for each other. I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the one to flee, like the one to leave. I never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned to listen? Sorry, I will never be even you're the one you wanna see. Think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where.
Here we are then, folks. It's game number 4. It is the most prevalent game where series tend to end here in the Unite European Cup. But are we going to break through this glass ceiling and see ourselves a game 5? Relic joined by JJ Kun and Digital Bacon. And Bacon, let's start with you. Portugal in the ascendancy, starting to find some form.
Yeah, especially after that game 1, you know, it looked very, very heavily in favour of Sweden, right? But now they've started to get the flow. I think it's just more, you know, when you start to understand how your opponents are playing live on the field, you can then like counteract and come up with plans based around it. It just seems like plan A coming into the series wasn't that right for Portugal.
JJ, both of us proven wrong. We were looking at Sweden and thinking, man, they got a real range advantage here, surely. And then it's similar to Spain, actually, when it comes down to that Rayquaza fight, and it does go to show, yes, it's not as impactful as your classic Zapdos Meta, sure, but it can flip the entire game on its head. And Portugal, they stuck at it. They managed to keep themselves respectively competitive on the level front, and it proved so successful late game.
No, yeah, for sure. You know, like earlier, you know, at the very start of our games, I did say that, you know, I think Portugal's going to be winning this, but I never really anticipated the way that they're going to be winning the games, especially with this Mr. Mime, you know, that it hasn't been working out pretty well for them. That they, okay, at this point, I would say that they are forcing it so much, you know, going against Team Sweden, but while it's not working very well for them, they're still winning. So as much as I'd like to say don't fix what's not broken, it is broken. But I don't, it is broken, but it's working. You get what I mean, right?
Right. No, the reason why, and we called it out at the end, was the focusing onto the Cinderace of Tans. Portugal are getting right picks. They're starting a snowball effect onto Sweden, and from there they can get the win. So how do we counteract that if you're Sweden, right? How do you make it so that your biggest damage dealers aren't the first to fall, thus you can't really fight back?
Really, for me, I'm just looking at that Blastoise pick. Portugal stole it away from Sweden last time out. They've stolen it away from them again, and it seemed to have given them a real a real good foundation block in those team fights. I agree with you and JJ entirely. I mean, we're looking at Mr. Mime, and we've kind of grown to assume what sort of effect on the battle it'll have, especially in the hands of someone like Gecko Kami, one of the best players in the entirety of EU, and yet his presence is a little more muted, and I like that because it means that the other players are stepping up. So let's go through what we've had so far. Bans across the board. We've got T-Tar, Charizard, Aegislash once again, and that target ban on the Greninja. Portugal very keen to keep that out of Swedish hands. The first three for Sweden. Serena switching it up. I like that. Snorlax and Slowbro. Portugal sticking with that Mime, Blastoise, and locking down Sylveon before it is banned away like it was in game number 3. But a big ooh, a big ah from the audience I hear from JJ as well. A Decidueye is on the field for Team Sweden.
No, yeah, this is going to provide Team Sweden a much more needed long-range damage. Whereas, because, you know, if we're going to be comparing it to Cinderace, right? Cinderace still gets in, you know, just to get its attack speed buff coming in from the Blaze Kick. So, you know, essentially the Blaze Kick is one of the reasons why, I guess, they lose so much of their damage output. Because, you know, getting in, you know, with a Blaze Kick, you're essentially just inviting Portugal to grab you and take you down with them. You know what I'm saying? But now with the Decidueye, they can essentially just rest free, that they can deal damage from the back lanes without getting in.
I think this is a really smart pick from Portugal as well. Of course, with T-Tar off the table, Machamp goes down, same as it was last game, replaced by a Trevenant, the big tree, the big ghost boy. I think that's a fantastic, especially when you consider that Sandstorm AoE. That is a like-for-like replacement, as close as you can get in terms of Pokemon-wise, even when you're crossing the roll. And there is so much else that Trevenant can bring to the table. Azumarill, Sweden going back to that. It's an interesting pick because we've seen it have some success, but that success has waned as the series has gone on. Bacon, I like Sweden's choice of Serena. I like switching it up to Decidueye. Little bit longer range, going to help those frontliners in Snorlax, Slowbro, Azumarill. But Portugal, that is almost as good a composition as they could have hoped for.
For me, with Azumarill, this just feels more, dare I say, a comfort pick. Like, this is more, I'd like a player wanting to play that mon. But like you said, with the Decidueye, the Spirit Shackle, alongside that Unite move, is brilliant on the back line there. Over on Portugal, I love the amount of control they're going to get here from both the Trevenant and the Machamp near, and are pushing them around. We're seeing so much consistent damage coming out from Sylveon. I do expect that from Sweden to be the first pick to remove that Sylveon, essentially, to near enough go out damage, because Sylveon's very squishy, and that'll be fine. The Serena in a mix like this as well feels very well countered by Portugal, because you've got so much sustain there, you've got so much HP essentially, that the Serena's going to have a tough time. I wouldn't be surprised if we see just the triple axle set come out now, purely because even with the stomps, you're not going to be able to get enough damage out there now with that sort of build on the opposite side. So accepting that and just going for triple axle and then drop kicking your way out to near enough just get a little bit of a breather and then keep on pushing again with a pretty much a 5-second rotation would be my play.
Well,
no, yeah,
battle...
for sure.
Oh, go for it.
Oh, yeah. You know, I just wanted to point out that, you know, this is going to be the most crucial match here for Portugal. Yeah, this is going to be the most crucial game here for Portugal, just because of the fact that if they win this, they're going to be bringing up their morale and their momentums going into the next game, going against Switzerland. And definitely, they don't want to have any losses from here on out, since, again, they are going to be battling another team after this.
It helps their game difference if they do win it here, but I'm pretty sure that the neutral, and certainly all of us, are really excited to see that first Game 5 of the UEC 2022. We say first Game 5, it may never come, but we are as close to that, I think, as possible. I'm not going to... Okay, I've got a wooden desk. My hand is slapped upon it. Look, Sweden, they were so close to winning game number 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah, game number 3 as well. So they are not out of it by any means. Do not count them out. It is Sweden. It is Portugal. It is the battle for the bottom of the barrel. And JJ and Bacon are going to be taking us through this one.
Tension, JJ, right now.
Yeah, it's just tension, dude. Yeah, we're just waiting for the game to get in, because again, you know, if Portugal wins this, then they still have the momentum going into the next game. If not, well, they're going to have a little bit of a difficulty, going into, that second match. Well, no, really, if Sweden wins here, they still have to play one more game before going against Switzerland. So,
but Portugal on the prefaces. Portugal about to be able to turn their day around. Last week, or I say last week, it feels like, we've gone by time so quickly here, but we've been commentating every single evening. We're also seeing the Snorlax no longer go for the invades, instead trying to look to hold down that bottom lane because they've got to support the Serena over on the opposite end. And this feels like a very interesting matchup now because everything has changed from the last game.
I think that is a huge respect decision here, coming in from that of Sweden, especially that there's a lot of pressure of the damage going against them from the side of Portugal, that if they decide to go for that, they're just going to get punished and essentially just give away the XP into Portugal, but does have the XP share this time.
I do like the setup from Sweden, I'm not going to lie, but it is just that Starzerg on the Azumarill, was that the right pick here and now? Well, we'll only find out at the end of the game, of course, but looking at this, Portugal with the War Turtle and, of course, the Trevenant looking pretty safe on the line there. Sure, being able to get the small little score there, but they're not really harming Portugal at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want to play safe right now. They want to get in as much XPs without giving so much of a risk against going into that of Portugal, because if they get delayed now, then they're going to have a hard time against Portugal, especially with this so good of draft pick against them.
Down towards this bottom lane again, just falling back. I wouldn't go too deep. I wonder what we're going to see as a meet up towards the birds in the center. Dark wants to force an issue with the hyper voice, but Z jumping on in, trying to stop it with the CCP. He needs to get out of dodge pretty quickly. Wow. Near enough on 1 HP, but Z will get out of there. Meets the Trevenant down on the bottom path, but picks up the berries to get some HP. Now we'll see this transition on over. Akazaki's got to be careful, but instead they look to fall away, possibly pushing it on towards Dark in the center. And yes, we will see the Azumarill move. Zorak's in a lot of danger here on the Trevenant, but gets a lot of recovery through their moves. The curse comes on out, but surely it can't last forever, and they do not. That's 4 on the bottom path.
4 down into the bottom path is definitely a situation that you don't want to be in, even if you are too bulky, even if you have a lot of lifesteal up your arsenal, because again, those damages would cover up those recoveries that you will be getting. But right now, Portugal does have the positional advantage into the Regieleki, and Sweden is just going up right now. And let's find out who's going to be able to get this Regieleki, the first Regieleki of game number 4.
Yeah, the Sigilai still farming up towards their central area, so might be a little bit too late for the fight, but no one's engaging onto that Regieleki just yet. They're just being cautious, and this is Nerves of Steel in the center. Finally, Slowbro will pull off an attack with the telekinesis, dropping the Trevenant very, very fast. This is dangerous right now for Portugal. There's the chase onto Portes. Portes now drop. The Sigilai looking to do so much damage with that Unite mover. They push on over towards the goal, but it's still on 80 HP, so they've got to remove the mod before they can drop it. That's a beautiful attack coming on through from the Snorlax. The block not going to be really needed, but it just keeps them alive, and the goal is broken.
My goodness, Sweden's gameplay right now is just beautiful. That it is synergizing. Their composition is synergizing right now.
Fortunately.
Bacon.
Yeah, I don't know why Discord just dropped for a second. OBS didn't. I don't know. It could be a magic little reset because Discord couldn't handle it. But it's looking like Portugal can't handle the fire that Sweden is throwing at them.
No, yeah. So what I was saying, right? What I was saying is that the synergy coming in from the composition of Sweden, they do have the backlane damage and they do have the frontline damage that Portugal, even if they can stop in, that pressure from the front lines from the side of Sweden, they still have that backlane damage to think about coming in from that Decidueye. And right now, Portugal is having a hard time going against them.
Yeah, and you look at that Azumarill, we're questioning it, but Starzerg's been great as just the sort of like off path, right? Being left alone down towards that bottom path and being able to hold it off. Look at level 9 right now towards this top area. I love that from Vazid onto Zorak. Just going to get the score, and that's it. Job done. But Zante wants a little piece of the action. Going to step on in. Surely these two should be able to drop it down. They will get another score there, but will they be able to move that Trevor down on the bottom path? Both teams trying to remove each other alongside the Reggie Rock. It will be Portugal to get it.
Yes, sirree, and now Portugal is trying to get their momentum back, but here comes Showtime, gonna be popped up as well, but there is still Knock, and Gecko Kame is just getting in all the damage, and they're gonna be able to take down one in the process, but here comes Surf here. Gecko Kame gonna be able to survive, gonna be able to get away, but not quite enough. Still low on HP. Are they gonna be able to score in? I think they are getting a little bit too overextended, but never mind. They're gonna be able to take down two, but here comes Starzark with that of the Azumarill, just going to be able to try to stop them with the help of Zante and going to get some disengagement. They really need to disengage right now, or else they will be punished so hard, and that is it. With the help of the Hyper Voice, putting up some pressure, some form of pressure against Sweden, not to get in on them.
Sweden just holding on to that bottom goal by the skin of their teeth. The jump in, but as we look towards the top path, Reggie Alecki has spawned once again. Zorak and Portes trying to remove to as much as they can. That slow break just isn't being removed.
Yes, sirree, and I think that is what they're trying to do right now. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used right now, but here comes Horn Leash as well. Still not going to be able to do that much of a, CC compared to what we've seen earlier. So, again, as long as they cannot get in on that Decidueye, having one of the lowest HP in the game alongside the sorry, I'm thinking Gekkoga. Greninja with 5,250 5,250 HP at max level pre-items, definitely one of the squishiest Pokemon, the squishiest Pokemon in the game alongside Greninja. If you cannot get in on that, you're just going to be eating up the damage that it puts up, just like what Gecko Kame was doing earlier, just to save face into the side of, just to save their teammates from that knock.
Yeah, but I mean, those arrows feel like bowling balls being thrown at you. It is a glass cannon in the truest sense, being able to do so much damage. Tans, though, needs to run away. That Mr. Mime is going to be so threatening. Look at the chasing one down. But can Tans make it back to their own goal, get a little bit of shield? They've been zoned on out. Yakukami looks to be able to do Vazid to lend a hand. Tans should be able to run it out now.
That was beautiful. Finally, at the third time's the charm, that they were able to get in the power swap, but with the help of Snorlax essentially supporting them and allowing them to sustain themselves is just beautiful. Just at the nick of time, they were able to survive. But right now, we are now on to the final stretch where Rayquaza is up.
I think the players are just as surprised about Rayquaza dropping as we are. No one was set up for it, JJ.
No, yeah, even I was
like, wait, what?
Surprised that, okay, Rayquaza is now up. I never noticed because, the game's pretty hot right now, honestly.
It felt like we had another minute until this fight started. This is going to be a little bit of a push by Gecko Kame, and look at this Zante and Starzerg trying to get a cheeky little score off. Dark's going to be melted so quickly. There's the fancy Frolic looking to get a bit of HP back and just push them off. But I don't think anyone's really ready for this right now.
Nobody is ready. Not us, not Discord, that's for sure. Nothing is ready for the team fight right now. But, Portugal having that 58 points is definitely on the disadvantage right now. Sweden does have the XP advantage as well. Level 14 Decidueye and still does have access to Knock. Zante getting in that 100 points into that of the top path. Still, but it puts them widening their gap even more against Portugal. That even if Portugal can get this Rayquaza, it's not going to put them in a huge disadvantage. But right now, let's find out who's going to be able to win this team fight. Decidueye is going to be going out in the process, but it's going to be 3 down into the side of Portugal. Tans, sorry, that not Tans, but the Serena going to be able to take down 2, along with that, but they're going to be able to answer back as well. Tans and the Serena is going to be out in the game. Their damage dealers are now out. So Portugal, if they need any opportunity, this is it. Unfortunately for them, nobody is yet alive as their damage dealers. And now Portugal, with only 14 seconds left, is going to try to survive. But no, they will not. And this is going to be our first game 5, just as Relic has said.
And this is also the very first match I've casted here, JJ, without the Rayquaza dropping. They stood strong the entire time.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. Again, this is the most crucial game for Portugal, and getting shut down like that after a roll? Sweden, well, Portugal's morale here is, I'm pretty sure, going to be dropping so hard. Because they didn't just adjust it, right? Sweden didn't just adjust it to Portugal. They demolished them in this game.
Yeah, this felt like we're back in, match number 1, basically. Sweden with a great advantage over Portugal throughout the entirety of it. Zante, look at the scores coming on now there. Sure, it's a little bit inflated. I'm going to give that, the credit there, because it was just those little drops at the end with the double points. But Zante was just able to run freely around there. Tanzo, for me, was the big one, and I think the damage, proves them right.
Yeah, Zante's and Tanz's his duo combination was just beautiful. We saw that earlier, before Discord went out, that Zante essentially attacking down Portugal, being the front liner, and Kitten's just essentially free hitting everyone into the side of Portugal. That was just a beautiful play, beautiful duo from those two. And there goes, of course, Starzerg, Vazid, and Galganar as well, just to support them, ensuring that they would be able to wipe out Portugal in the process.
Right, folks, let's throw this on over to another break. After that, we will get the very first Game 5 of the tournament. We'll see you in a bit.
It's finally happened, folks. Game number 5, Myth No More. They have been uncovered here on Thayer Sky Ruins. It's myself, they do exist. They are no longer legend. I mean, all stories have some truth, right? And we are telling the story as best we can. Relic, JJ Kun, Digital Bacon. And here we have the draft phase, the final draft phase of what has been an enthralling series. And I'm going to start with JJ. We were watching that game, me from the sidelines. You were there in person, watching it live with your very own eyes. And neither of us can quite believe that Sweden was as dominant as they ended up being. Not a single zone going down.
No, yeah, for sure. Essentially what they have, right? Their score goals from that last game. It's essentially the same score goals as they're still going to be using to this game. Going into game number 5. So they still have some reserves up left going against Portugal. But now, that is, as you mentioned, you'd expect, Sweden, yeah, sure, they lost, 2 games in a row. Obviously, Sweden's going to be doing something to adjust, but dominating that much, yeah, right? Dominating that much against Portugal is something that I wasn't expecting. And, knowing the fact that they were able to adjust that well going into Portugal would definitely bring them up on the board as well. And now, Sweden getting in the first pick as well, getting that Mr. Mime, which is really... That is an interesting pick, honestly, because
I knew it.
It is an interesting pick, getting that Mr. Mime for them, for their side.
I didn't so much know it about the Mr. Mime on Sweden. It's this one. The fact that Portugal has banned away Aegislash consistently first every single game. And now for the first time, they don't ban Aegislash. They ban Snorlax, T-Tar, of course, for Sweden. And Aegislash is picked up by Portugal. They do not care about defense anymore. They do not care about how scary facing a Mr. Mime could be. They are going to go for it. They've picked up Serena as well. We saw great things from Portugal's Serena previously. But Sweden, they've got their Blastoise back. Is that their token of power, Bacon, that they've been looking for?
There we go.
Yeah, especially when combined with the Slowbro, that's such a great little one-way combo for it. Sure, we look over towards Portugal and they've taken the strongest all-rounders there and just basically out for out, pound-for-pound damage dealers in the Aegislash and Serena, but Sweden now have the core. They've been going to the gym, they've been hitting the abs, they've got the strongest core around, and you can do anything with the rest of this.
The thing is, though, is that Portugal has both got leg day and no leg day with both of their choices right now. Add on to that, Blissey. Now, Blissey we've seen with Sweden, and I think that that's a fantastic initial trio here for Portugal. You've got some great recovery, shielding options with both Serena and indeed Aegislash. And let's not forget, of course, the King's Shield, such a great stalling technique. On top of that, Blissey can add a lot of shielding. And I like that potential foresight here from Portugal. They see the temptation of bringing in the Trevenant with no Tyranitar on the table. Didn't quite work for them. It might very well have worked for Sweden. I think that's a very smart pick, JJ.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, Sweden is just going to be going back to their first 2 double.
Well, I mean,
that's wrong.
They really want.
No one likes Trevenant. Protect the trees.
It is a double ban on the Trevenant. They don't want
that's
it
what
on anyone's
Oh, it's Charizard. Okay. Or does that bring Trevenant back into the picture? It's like a ban of a ban.
Well, essentially negating that ban if they re-ban the ban of Trevenant, right? So
many bans.
We have all new draft systems coming up here. We're through crafting them, but the Mammothswine, to bring it back on track, makes sense. So you've got to build up a little bit more sturdiness, a little bit more tankiness, and of course a little bit of CC from the swine. Oh.
Yep.
And actually, that might also be a targeted pick because we've seen Vazid on the Mammothswine and dangerous. Really dangerous. And so not having Snorlax, not having Mammothswine available, we'll see. I imagine that they might be going on to the Blastoises or the Snorlax as Sweden picks up the Azumarill again.
You can't get rid of Bluetooth, can you?
You cannot. No, Starzerg really eager to just remain on this. And I like picking up Sylveon as well. We've seen that used to great effect with Portugal. Coming in with the Delphox, that CC that we were looking for. We saw it with, of course, at the very end of France versus Spain. We were asking, where is the Delphox? It keeps on getting banned away. They don't really like the look of it. Well, Portugal has reserved it for now. That is a sneaky last pick, which might very well give them the edge.
It is definitely interesting. You know, Sweden does have the bulkiness in their composition, whereas Portugal does have more of that attacking prowess, you know, going against Sweden. And I'm pretty sure, and based on what we've seen so far as well in this tournament, we're not going to be seeing that fire spin. We're going to be seeing that flame charge mystical fire combination into this Delphox being more of a CC. And with the help of the Mamoswine, definitely isolating a Pokemon into the side of Sweden and just bursting it down with damage is going to be quite crucial for Portugal if they want to win against Sweden.
It's our first looks of Delphox and Aegislash for the day. Sweden, they've got their Blastoise back. They've stolen away the Sylveon. But will it be enough to overcome this stubborn Team Portugal? It's for their first win of the UEC 2022. And it's over to you, JJ and Bacon.
Yes, sirree. I would like to give a shout out to our 40 viewers right now, guys. Thank you very much once again for watching the Unite Battle Hub. If you want to know more about our tournaments, make sure you go to the Pokemon Unite subreddit and to our Discord channels as well. Bacon, is the bacon cooking right now?
I think it is. My only thing right now is I'm looking at the squad, and I would love to see Tans on the Decidueye once again instead of that Azumarill pick, but we know Starzerg so far today has just been loving that, just blue rabbit essentially, isn't it? The water rabbit there. And as we head on into Fierce Skyrunes the last time for this round anyway, because we got another match coming up afterwards, who's going to take it? It's one last fight between these two squads.
Right, and here you go. The final match is upon us. Whereas Portugal, well, you still have another match to come in, but this is Sweden versus Portugal. Let's have a champion time.
It will be dark on the Delphox.
Oh wow, Galganer. Going in for that not invade, you know, just trying to stop some invade here coming in from that of the Mamoswine. But getting in some stacks as well in the process, you know, essentially just allows, you know, this arena, this bounce speed, you know, essentially to get in their attacks going, you know, for the late game, actually.
They're so low here. Starzerg doing tons of damage and not actually even wanting to chase on. You can see the Serena knows, yep, I can't fight this right now with the Slowpoke down below. But looking down below, down in the basement for this bottom lane, so hotly contested once again. Vizid this time though, stepping onto the Mr. Mime, and again, that's because the Snorlax is not available. Vizid was doing massive work on that Snorlax previously.
Yeah, that is going to be 2 down into the side of Portugal. There's just going to be quite a lot here, you know, for Portugal. Again, not only are they going to need to worry about this game, but if they lose this game, this final match against Sweden, then I think they're going to have a hard time getting that mental reset going against Switzerland later on after this match. But right now, focusing into this game, you know, Sweden is just pressuring up Portugal, and Portugal cannot do anything about it. Look at that. We have Scald build here coming in from, sorry, not Scald, but rather, no, yeah, it is Scald build with this Slowbro, not Surf, but, sorry, was that Surf? Yes, Surf and Scald, right?
Yeah.
Instead of going into the Scald. Sorry,
the telekinesis one. That's interesting. Yeah. We'll have to see how this changes things up. It definitely could be a bit of a surprise for Portugal, but one that they would have already called out to one another, so a surprise no more. Just going to be able to get up to the Serena Portes here, and that's going to be vitally important if they want to combat Starzerg there. At level 70, Azumarill can finally be taken on down. Akami is up to level 5, going to get that first evolution, but you still want to get to that Mamoswine. It's still going to take a little bit.
No, yeah, if you think about it now, right, Galganer is, you know, going in for that Scald build kind of makes a lot of sense as well, you know, not with that Surf, you know, just because of the fact that there are at least 3 Pokemon here into the side of Portugal that are attack what do you call this attack based Pokemon, that they can essentially deal so much damage, being the core damage dealers here for the side of Portugal, and you want to diminish that damage as much as possible so that you would be able to survive longer than your opponents.
I'm a little bit worried here. Delphox is still right back in the central area. You've got 2 on bottom. This should be Sweden's absolutely free to take right now if they want to go for it. Z trying to hold off Zorak from scoring and not going to be able to do it. Power swap coming on out. We have now the full rotation going off into that top lane, but there is still a man advantage for Sweden. Here comes the Unite move out, trying to take down Portes, but Portes should be able to just run it back, get the respawn, the cooldowns coming on into play, and then jump on in, especially with the HP from the goal. Okami going to be dropped there by the Sylveon, and finally Portes will drop as well. This is massive for Sweden.
It is definitely massive, and we have to take note as well that the Doublade into the side of Portugal is still a Doublade at level 6.
They need to get up to 7 so fast.
That is, Akasaki is definitely on a huge disadvantage right now, and even if they can take down this, Registeel, and I don't think Sweden is going to allow them into, getting this Registeel. It's still going to be a lot. They still need one more level, to get their Unite moves as well. And now look at that, Sweden, with that Vazid going to be able to seal down that Registeel away from Portugal and giving them so much advantage right now that, they are essentially widening together. They already have, and look at that other one. Triple Axle is going to be used here by Portes, but it's not going to be enough to deal so much of a damage. But here comes Sweden once again, getting into power swap, just to be able to ensure that this Slowbro is going to be able to sustain itself. And now Portes going against this Slowbro with Scald is definitely going to reduce the damage that it has. Fanciful Fireworks is going to be used as well, but to no avail. It's going to be whiffing, not going to be hitting a lot of Pokemon right here, but having that isolation into that of the Mr. Mime is going to help Portugal take them down. But here comes Zante. Zante stopping the pressure that Portugal is giving them into scoring. But here comes Hydro Typhoon is going to be used, and with the help of the Water Spout into the Hyper Ball, is going to be able to pick off one Pokemon into the side of Portugal.
So Akasaki's got that Violet buff, which you really, really do want onto Delphox, but the Delphox had to step back so that the double A could turn into Aerial Slash, right? You needed the XP little buff there. And so Portugal are in a very compromised position right now. It all comes down to this next fight, realistically, to get themselves back into the game. They've got to win the Regieleki, because especially now with that front goal gone, they cannot allow Sweden to take it.
No, yeah, and look at the Blastoise as well. It's currently at level 12, Azumarill at level 11, and Zante with that of the Sylveon currently at level 11 as well. You don't want to go against them alone, not like this. It's going to be 2v1 situation right now. Akasaki is going to be picked off as well. Zorak trying to catch up, but as that is happening, only one from the side of Sweden is contesting that Regieleki, so they're not going to be able to get that one up. Bell Bash is going to be used, and here comes Fanciful Fireworks as well, dealing so much damage. It's going to be 2 down in the side of Sweden. No, perhaps making that tree. Here comes amazing Flame Charge coming in from that of the Delphox, coming in from Dark, and another Mystical Fire is going to be fired off here. 2v1 situation, no 3v1 situation, but with that Water Spout away with the Rapid Spins, going to be able to deal so much damage. But the Egg Bomb is finally going to take down the Blastoise down, and look at that, another Mr. Mime here trying to survive. But are they going to be able to survive with this Portes onto that of the Serena? We're not going to be able to. Oh, actually, that confusion actually hit. But Quintessence is going to be finally going to pick off that Azumarill in the process. Vazid right now trying to survive, but I don't think they would. And here comes Regieleki going to be able to get in, and they're going to have some amazing time overcapping the first tier score goal into the side of Sweden. And now I think this is Portugal's time to get back against Sweden, but they cannot overextend so much as to get punished.
Yeah, Portugal have now finally hit their levels. Maybe not Akazaki, unfortunately, still down on 10, but you can look over towards Sweden. The Slowbro still on 10 there, so it's not too bad. It's definitely not the state of the scene it was earlier, but Tans, I'm loving how aggressive they're getting with that Blastoise, up to 13 now, of course, and looking ready for the next fight, because Rayquaza drops in 20 seconds.
Right. It doesn't feel like it's the last 2 minutes of the game,
Yeah.
honestly, because of what's happening in the game right now. So we're already reaching the climax of the game, really?
It's the beauty of Unite, right? Where it's only a 10-minute game, so they go by so fast, and these best of fives can run in pretty normalized fashion. But sometimes you want a couple more fights, maybe a different mode. Who knows? That's for the future. Right now, we're already seeing a couple of little pokes and prods at one another. Zorak's got to be careful over there.
Right, and look at that. We're going to be able to see 100 points down into that of the top pad, bringing Portugal's points nearer to that of Sweden. The fanciful fireworks is going to be used again, dealing so much damage into that of the slow bro. Going to be able to take them down in the process. 1-for-1 trade. Here comes Bliss Assistance and the Showtime as well. But look at the backlink damage. Dark is just dealing so much damage. And look at that right now. Kid Tans trying to survive, putting in some damage. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And now Portugal getting in a little bit of some positional advantage to that of Rayquaza if they cannot burst this down right now. Sweden does have a huge opportunity of sealing this one away, especially with the Water Spout Rapid Spin, but it is not going to their side as Portugal is going to be able to take this down. Slowbro is going to be going down as well. Kitans is down. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Sweden. Only 3 down are left, and they're not going to be able to stop the pressure that Portugal is giving them. And look at that. Nobody is alive to jump against Portugal, and they can just score all day long while keeping Sweden away from their score goals.
Now Portugal just all go back to base and then jump into this. It's like the Power Rangers going at it one after another. Perfect unison synced up there. And well, Vazid, that is it. Your game is done and dusted. You're not going to be able to respawn back in. Your day is through. Portugal now can pretty much be crowned champions of this game, but not champions of the tournament by far. They still have another match coming on up here, JJ. Their job for today is not done, but they were pushed to the limit. I asked you right back at the start of the show, would you like to see a quick 3-0 or would you like to see them grind it out? Do you think they ground it out enough to have the experience ready for Switzerland, buddy?
Man, this is what I'm talking about, you know. This is what I said as well earlier, that if we're going to be reaching game number 5, that would give, you know, the other team as well, that would give Sweden some time as well to study them, to adjust to them. And definitely they did adjust against Portugal, you know, having that, you know, close matches against them. But that also means that Switzerland, I'm pretty sure they're watching as well, gives them a huge amount of time to study them, you know, before they get into the game. So that is one of the disadvantages of getting in that game number 5. So that's why when you asked that, I answered, if they can take this into 3-0, then do it.
It's a scary, scary situation right now for Portugal. I feel they've, you know, pulled out all their tricks, shown everything they have on display for today. We've seen this squad go through about 3, maybe even 4 different tactics, and well, do they have enough left in store to take on down that Swiss side waiting in the wings? Well, guys, we're going to have to head on over towards a break, get that all set up. In the meantime, you know, go get yourself a drink, go stay hydrated, you know, we care about you. Don't, you know, put yourself out for us. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll also bring back Relic for that. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, guys, to the Unite European Cup. This time, I'll be on the sidelines as I will be replaced here by Relic. Welcome back to the casting task. We have Bacon as well casting along with him. And this time, we just saw some beautiful game here coming in from Portugal and Sweden. And this time, going into the next game, Portugal is still going to be playing. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb for them as they go against Switzerland. Relic, Bacon, what do you think of this matchup?
Well, first of all, I would say nobody could ever replace you. I am merely a different option on this round table of ruggedly handsome men. But what I will also say is that it was a ruggedly handsome win from Portugal. I mean, goodness me, when you ask for a clutch up moment, that was it in the Rayquaza pit. Such a beautiful play, and ultimately down to the composition as well, being able to pick up that Serena, that last pick of the draft being the Delphox as well, so useful for pushing onto the point. I think Sweden are going to be so bitterly disappointed at 0-2. I don't know the exact math in my head, but I'm pretty sure that means that they are not able to qualify for the playoffs. But Portugal keep themselves alive, but for how long really, JJ, is the question I'm going to be asking now, because that's a full best of 5 that they've gone through, and they've got to go into another potentially.
Now, here's the question for Bacon, and this is something you can answer, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that this is the game where we'll find out the full potential of Portugal, knowing the fact that they already just played, going against going against Sweden? Would you say that this is the matchup that will find out their full potential, knowing that they have had a long day with them?
Yeah, I think it is, purely because, like we saw from Switzerland back on Tuesday, they're a well-organized squad. Portugal have a lot of individual talent, sure, but sometimes their calls were just not right. Sticking around in fights longer than they should be, not pulling on out. And they've got to make sure that they're all together, ready to execute perfectly with their timing with one another, because that's what Switzerland will punish. That's what Switzerland have down to a T, and they take those big group fights, which we've seen from Portugal. You get them locked down. We even saw in that last game anyway, the Aegislash get locked down for the first half. They were useless for the first half, to be quite frank, and they came in the end. The biggest utility coming from the Aegislash was the clutch up to get the Rayquaza, which turned the tide. Sure, it's the beauty of the game that it's not over until it's over, but so many team fights went the way of Sweden, and I could imagine Sweden feel pretty much robbed right now, sitting knowing that they're going to be 0-2 in the scores.
Right, and in this in this current matchup, we have Portugal and Switzerland. For those who doesn't know, or for those who just tuned in as well, who weren't able to catch up, on our previous days of broadcast, Switzerland actually got in a win against Sweden. The previous opponent here for Portugal in a 3-1 fashion, and yeah, here comes the groups. Group A, which we've had yesterday and which we will have tomorrow as well. But we are now currently focusing on Group B: Italy, Sweden, Switzerland, Portugal. And one of the reasons why we didn't see Italy today is because they are the ones going to be playing tomorrow on 2 games. Just like Portugal is right now, going against Switzerland and Sweden. But going back, right? Switzerland got 3-1 against Sweden, and Portugal won 3-1 as well against Sweden. Now, what do you think is the biggest difference in terms of, their team play from Portugal and Switzerland? And what do you think would be their advantages against each other?
Oh, that's a big question.
Yeah.
So I think really the first place that I'd like to start really is we look at Sweden up against Switzerland. And I think Bacon touched upon it perfectly, especially when you look at that combination of Volto and Neverix. They were on the Absol and the Aegislash, and when they were... Oh my goodness, they were able to completely demolish back lines. Their efficiency at taking out individuals that could potentially leverage and sustain team pushes was unmatched for me across the entirety of the first couple days UEC. And so it's not that Sweden necessarily performed badly. It was just that Switzerland were playing very, very well. And now we see that Portugal, after being slapped around a bit by Italy, of course, they did pick up a win against Italy. It's worth mentioning that. Of course, we're expecting them to top the group following tomorrow's action, where Italy plays twice, of course. I think that we've now started to see that full potential, as we were touching upon earlier, when it comes down to Portugal. They have themselves Gecko Kami, seems to be a lot more secure in that roster now. Whatever, if it was schedule conflicts, whether he wanted to give other people a go, the team is better with him in it. I think that is undoubted. He is the leader of that team, if not the coach of that team, of course. And so when we're now looking to put a maybe tired Portugal up against a Switzerland that has watched all that unfold and knows their strengths greatly. I think part of how Portugal was able to win that series is because when it came down to their clutch picks in the composition, they were allowed to really get onto that. Now, we of course know that Aegislash, described as useless, by the way, by Digital Bacon, able to seal the Rayquaza out from under.
I said for the first half useless. Just
it was
dig myself out of this hole.
I agree with you. It was a spoon. It was a spoon for most of the match, but he was able to scoop out the win from underneath the feet of Sweden. So it's kind of if Portugal's allowed to stick together and keep themselves tightly packed, then they should find some success against Switzerland. But if for one moment they step out of line, we know that Switzerland has the ability to punish. And that's why, for me at least, they are the favorites to not just win this series, but of course go on to qualify for the Final Four.
Right. And, as we say that, we are now heading to our picks and bans for game number 1, Switzerland and Portugal. First ban is going to be the Slowbro, and the second one is going to be the Aegislash. We've seen the Aegislash be banned for 4 games, straight from, the previous matchup. But Slowbro is, the Pokemon that we have been seeing quite a lot in the previous matchup, but this time is going to be banned, probably because of, Switzerland seeing how great Portugal is using that Slowbro. What do you think of that?
As we look at this, you can definitely see again with Switzerland, they're a smart squad. They would have been watching that, and again, seeing the impact that Slowbro has on the field, that's an easy pick. Aegislash on the opposite end is more just taking away a powerful tool that's at use at the moment. Now, we're looking at Mr. Mime, and Mr. Mime doesn't anymore anyway solo work. You've got to be pairing that up with someone else to get the full power. So it's more, okay, we're giving you the Mr. Mime, but we're taking away a threat which we're scared of.
Right. Now, the first pick here going into the side of Portugal is going to be the Snorlax and the Blissey. Definitely getting in that bulkiness, getting in that defense, and getting in that sustain as well for themselves. We still don't have another graphics set, but we're going to have that up in quite a bit. There we go. We now have the first 2 picks here for Portugal. And, again, this is seemingly like, Portugal trying to do the same composition right now as what Sweden did to them in the first 2 games on the previous matchup. So with this in line, well, we still don't have the third Pokemon, but with this in line, do you think that this is going to be enough to counter? Is Mr. Mime going to be enough to counter what the picks here for Portugal?
Well, it's. I don't think it's so much as to say, hey, that's going to completely counter Snorlax and Blissey, because Switzerland only have 1 pick to make. And I think that prioritizing Mr. Mime is certainly a good choice, especially when you consider Portugal, Gecko Kami. Use that Mr. Mime. Portugal, not really worrying about the Mr. Mime as of yet. They are prioritizing the foundation of their composition. But Switzerland have been able to back up this Mr. Mime with some really good choices. Azumarill, once again, stepping into the fray. Great shielding, really good focus of attention for team fights. And speaking of the focus of attention, we always look out for T-Tar, such a deadly threat, especially if you're running it through the central area. Already had a lot of success today, as Portugal was going to counter that with Blastoise. They stole it away from Sweden for a couple of matches, and when they did, it looked pretty good.
I'm also counting that, Switzerland are stealing the T-Tar away from Portugal. We've seen how good Portugal can do when they focus on getting the T-Tar up to 9. So again, that's a very smart play right there.
Wow. And right now, the difference here for Switzerland and Portugal is that, Portugal is prioritizing all their defenses, all their sustains right now, whereas Switzerland is prioritizing all their your damage dealers rather, whereas we do have the Tyranitar and they do have the Azumarill as well. So right now they are just waiting for, I guess, a support to pick going against Portugal, whatever support that they have left aside from the Mr. Mime. But for Portugal, they're going to be able to ban down the Aegislash away from Switzerland. But I think I don't think Switzerland's going to go in for another attacker here, knowing the fact that they already have a little bit of a core here that is of the Tyranitar. Maybe a secondary attacker would be helpful.
If it's
Could be the
ranged,
Absol,
that would be it.
yeah,
I would see more so. And maybe a CC'er right now. That's what Switzerland
right.
need.
Well, Switzerland can go one of two ways. They can either go for a full dive comp, or they can go, as you say, with like a more compromised setup where they bring in a Decidueye or Greninja or Cinderace and go for that range. But if I'm Switzerland and I know that one of our main attacking duo in Volto or Neverix has had that Aegislash taken away, make sure that you get the other onto the Absol. That would be Neverix, and I'm surprised that Portugal haven't necessarily target banned that. They're gonna pick up the Sylveon here. Again, we know Team Portugal really good with that Sylveon build, so they're basically sticking to what they know brought them success from the Sweden series. I think that's a great choice, but Switzerland now have 2 picks in a row. Don't be surprised if we see that Absol.
No, yeah, for sure. And again, as I mentioned, one of the disadvantages of Portugal having that so much of a long set against Sweden is that Switzerland is essentially watching them and picking essentially the same composition as they, did going against, Sweden is definitely going to put them on a disadvantage where they, their gameplay is already studied.
Guys, no Absol for Switzerland.
Ooh.
It is going to be the Machamp and the Delphox. Yeah, interesting picks. And this is, as we mentioned, right, that either they're going to go in for a full dive comp, which they are not right now, getting in that backlane of the damage coming from the side of the Delphox. Still, they do have that front liner, which helps the Tyranitar, which is that of the Machamp. Now, with this kind of composition, what do you think could Portugal do, to stop Switzerland from, essentially getting in those free hits, getting those free XPs as well from the team fights, hypothetically speaking?
Well, you're looking for those AoEs. I don't think Delphox is too far a threat to consider a real niche pick like we saw from Spain, for example, with the Dodrio, once he's focusing on Decidueyes necessarily. So
Delphox
I think
in their current build sort of serves a very similar purpose as the Sylveon in just consistent amounts of damage going off. Sure, you've got a little bit more movement, sure, but it's just that more you're getting in the face of people and looking to melt them. This is where it's a little bit weird for me on Switzerland, because I don't like the big CC I see there is just coming from Machamp.
I'm just going to have a little look back to Portugal and have a little gander at previous picks here, because I feel as if we might see maybe the Trevenant coming out potentially. Portugal, they're actually going to go with the Lucario. I think that's a respectable pick, especially if you're looking to get that attack weight on. I mean, it goes hand in hand with the Lucario, of course. Whether they're going to go for the more CC-focused close combat, whether they're going to go for Bone Rush, surely extreme speed is going to be a given on this one. Can also cut through the lines pretty well, whilst also dealing damage. So almost like Dodrio, but reined back a little bit. We've seen a lot of success from Lucario in the tournament thus far. So I think I would prefer Switzerland over Portugal right now. But then again, Switzerland, they're coming in cold. And that's really their disadvantage against Portugal.
Right. I'd say, not to play the devil's advocate, but I actually like Portugal's composition right now, just because of the fact that it is a little bit more balanced. They have the defenses, they have the sustain, and they do have the attacking prowess as well, going against Switzerland. But if Switzerland can get into the XPs faster than that of Portugal, then they're going to have a hard time, knowing the fact that this team comp right now is more on the offensive side of things. But this is going to be the draft right now, guys. Switzerland and Portugal. Guys, Relic Bacon, take it away.
Thank you very much, JJ. And I think that's a great point that you bring up, actually, in that we have a situation where we're looking at that team comp for Portugal and they don't have many evolutions to go through. That can play certainly.
So let me bring this back for Portugal, right?
Yeah.
I think they might be mad enough to run Blastoise in the central area just to get them up to level 9 by hear me out, because the zoning from Typhoon could be so vital there. When you're looking at the opposition, you've got the Delphox who you're going to want to get rid of instantly. So they go with a super aggressive rapid spin and War Spout Blastoise there, just run it like we saw from Tanza earlier, right on into the face. You follow that up with the Sylveon and Lucario. You've got the Blissey from afar, and heck, you've even got the CC of the Slam Downs coming out from the Snorlax as well to just jump in and try and disturb. That's the way I see it, is the focus on trying to get Blastoise to be a nuisance, constantly pressuring that Delphox in the back line here.
I cannot not disagree with you. And I think my only hesitation is that we're still very early days into Blastoise receiving this recent buff. If it's like a Mamoswine, for example, you know me, I'm a big proponent of that central area Mamoswine. I think that that's actually a really smart pick, especially for your mid to late game situation. So in theory, yes, it could work. But what I think is a lot more likely is what we saw from Portugal previously. They're going to throw that Eevee into the central area, get it up to Sylveon ASAP, make sure that it helps out on the lane pushes. It certainly gave them a lot of joy in games 2 and 3 in that series against Sweden. Less so game 5, but of course it was a very different energy game. It's not a ball game. It's an energy game. So, but then again, it's everything on the line, and it's game 5, and it's a totally different situation, a totally different vibe. So yes, I go back to my earlier point where I think Portugal, their advantage is that they are comfy with these picks. Of course, it's the first time we see them running the Lucario, but again, it's one of the earliest Pokemon in the game. They know how to use it. They clearly want to use it. It's why they've picked it last. However, I still think that Switzerland has the better comp for your team fight situations. And when you're looking at your Regieleki, when you're looking at your basement Regis, as the lovely Doofs next like to coin it, and I'm definitely going to be stealing that one from now on. I just look at that CC potential. When you've got yourself your Delphox, when you've got yourself your Machamp, you've got yourself your effective distraction in the Azumarill as well. You got Mr. Mime on there too.
Then I propose, and it like not an issue as such, but you've got Fremon that you're going to not get unlocked until a later stage. Sure, the Delphox comes online at 6, but when you've got the Tyranitar and the Machamp there, I feel they're going to have to try and divvy up and split the Central Area XP, and that's going to be a little bit of a worry for me over on the Switzerland side, is making sure that they're powerful enough by first Regis, because if they're not, that's going to be where it crumbles when you're looking at Portugal, who can get online super quick.
Switzerland's success will come through not panicking, no matter the situation. Best case scenario, they end up winning the early game and they end up steamrolling and everything's hunky-dory for them. Worst case scenario, we start to see a little bit of steamrolling from Portugal, but they have to keep in mind that their scaling late game is going to be nowhere near as high potential as what their own roster have. And so late game, we're looking at that Tyranitar Rampage. We're looking at that Azumarill Belly Drum. We're looking at that Mr. Mime Showstopper. And we're looking on top of that with the amazing zone push coming through from Delphox and its wonderful fireworks show. So I think that this is a fascinating first matchup for this best of 5. Switzerland in the purple and Portugal over in their orange. So another bit of comfiness there as they continue on. And what do you know? It is going to be, by the early looks of it at least, that Squirtle heading into the central area, but with the Eevee in tow.
That makes sense, so try and get the Hyper Voice as quick as possible. My only issue right now is that Eevee will have to be taken. The Squirrel's already gone on out. No, they are sticking. So Squirrel's going to be taking the purple buff, and it's the Eevee going to go for the red one. This is very deep from Okami, looking to stick around. That Snorlax, of course, just trying to reduce being a nuisance. Did get them down low, might slow them down, especially when you can see the Lucario on that top lane. We know that's most likely a stacking build, and so it's just given that Lucario a bit of freedom and space to run in, and is now even going to try and get a KO, maybe even a steal onto that red buff. Madness right now from Portugal. I love it.
It's a double invade, and you've got to consider that all the work has already been done by Gecko Kami. They're not going to be able to get the steal away. It's going to be an early evolution here for Raytao on the Machoke, soon to be a Machamp nonetheless. Of course, we've got that Sylveon online as Portesh is going to rotate back up and has that coverage from Gecko Kami. But early doors, it was a nice idea from Portugal. Didn't really come off, and now here comes the Azumarill. They're trying to get that down with the Aqua Tail. Machoke taking down the Lucario. In comes the rebuttal, though. It's another Hyper Voice KO, this time on the Larvitar. Oh, Gecko Kami, are they going to get back in time? Well, all the rest is going to stall it for now. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming up from Dark. Neverix keeps the threat alive before they are forced into a retreat, as once again that Lucario rejoins the top path.
Okay, now we're coming in for the second rotation. Ready, we've seen a couple of the buff mum being taken. Actually, no, we haven't, because the Sylveon's not going back for a second, I don't know, a replenishment of it, whatever you want to call it. But that's got to be purely for the purple buff to try and get that constant hyper voice going. So we look down up here towards the top lane, and it's just trying to swat away the Pupitar. We don't want you getting any XP. We don't even want you getting any scoring, and that Pupitar's got to be removed. But somehow it's been able to sustain for way longer than it should. Finally removed, and Portes is going to be sighing a breath of, just relief. Just, oh, finally gone.
You can tell I've been watching too much Rings of Power, because I'm just thinking about those hobbitses and second breakfast. Nice power-up punch there from Portes as they look to rotate round Gecko Kami. Nice heavy slam there to delay once again. Oh, but the sprint in from Raytao. They've got that X attack on as well, and they're not going to get any further than that first tier zone, than the halfway point, as Dark and Gecko Kami block the path. Here come the clouds once again. Hyper Voice as, oh, it's a great stall there from Raytao. Clean up crew, and that's a full 4 here on the top path. The rotation almost complete. Surely will be complete as Akasaki and Zorak demolish that bottom path. Some good scoring going on there, but with Regieleki in tow, the advantage is with Switzerland.
I'm surprised the T-Tar is actually going to go down towards the bottom lane here. I thought they would just sack that bottom lane for now, but it looks like the Bliss is causing the issues in the jungle. If we look to this top fight, lots of back and forth, no one really being able to get any effective damage upon one another. But what they have done is push Servas far enough so that they can't get to the Regieleki, and Switzerland will take it.
That's ugly, but they have stalled long enough. It looks like they were happy to concede the Regieleki, and in comes the rapid spin. Oh, but the power swap's going to really do some damage here on Portes. Oh, I think they were taken out partially by the Regieleki. We saw that there. It's a 20, it's a 30, it's a minute point lead for Switzerland.
Just taking a quick little peek at the levels as well. We do see that Portugal's just slightly behind one level here and there, so not too far away from it. They've been able to mitigate a lot of this damage, because right now it does feel like it's all going in Switzerland's favor with the objectives, of course, but Portugal's still well within it.
Yeah, but it's just stretched a bit too thin and almost a bit too stubborn as the belly drum comes in, and Portes is going to go down. That's a free 40 for Neverix on the top part as we have ourselves a Reggie Icy. Oh, they couldn't score it. Great spot there with the Sylveon able to deny. But look at this, a nice bit of blocking here from Switzerland. Who goes down? That's the question. Well, that's your answer, isn't it? Portugal's going down. But here, oh, nice blocking from the Snorlax, but it's not going to be enough. There's the Pupitar with the secure on the Reg Ice. It's an incremental HP recovery. It's nice global XP. Another 6 goes in from Gecko Kami before they go down as well. And there's the 30 through from Switzerland, as again they continue to extend this points lead to over 100.
Yeah, the Reg Ice was all about the global XP there. As the Mr. Mind with the Showtime will get rid of one. Looking to get rid of Zorak there, and well, that Blissey really didn't have anywhere to go. But now we've got the T-Tar online. That's going to be causing so much damage as Dark is removed. And well, Switzerland walk away absolutely grinning, Relic.
I was saying Portugal got to win the early game, and I don't think they have. They've been quite fortunate here that the staggering of how long it took to take down that basement Reggie has allowed Regieleki to come back in. I'm hoping to see a full rotation here from Portugal, but I'm not seeing it quite yet. Now they start to coalesce on that top path, but remember, they do not have that tier 1 zone and the shielding that comes with it. The engage is here, and there is a lot of Unite moves going off there. Down goes Azumarill. That is a big pick. Down goes Gecko Kami on the Snorlax. It's the firework. It's the Delphox, and it's ultimately the Tyranitar that takes down this Regieleki. But are they going to come away with the teamfight win? Well, now they're starting to push them back. Akasaki so low. Blissey caught out of position. There goes Blastoise. Dark, listen, that cone AoE is not going to help when you're the furthest back. It's a complete domination here on top path as the storm continues. Portes, oh, they're on so low health once again. Nice recovery as Gecko Kami comes to the rescue. Portes again gets stuck in, and that's a lovely defense ultimately from Portugal.
Portugal should now be pretty much safe on that second goal, and yes, they are. They walk away, but Switzerland have gathered a lot of farm in the meantime. You can see they're already getting ready to take the basement Reggie. Whilst we got the Delphox, of course, in the central area, just farming up, making sure that they can get another Unite move ready for that next group up.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Raytao, the highest level in the lobby thus far. It's the second Reggie, and that is all Switzerland all day. Thankfully for Portugal, only another Reggie Ice, but it's not going to help their XP deficit, no doubt. Volto absolutely surrounded here, and oh my goodness, that's an ultimate use, because my goodness me, they had to use it. Volto's not going to get away as the KO streak comes through from the Delphox, but they're all on their own because of all the work that Tyranitar did. Dark is so close to picking off Dragonval, but here's the backup from Zervas. A lovely invade from the Delphox as Switzerland claim more.
I'm still trying to gauge how good that buff is onto Regice as well here. Like, was it worth it? Dragonval clearly, I mean, doesn't... You still got the buff, actually, so we don't get any idea of, like, how much they're true to game, because 5% every 3 seconds doesn't feel like much, does it?
Oh, man, that is not a good look. If you are that Lucario, Tyranitar sussing them out in the shrubbery and sending them right back to base. Neverix all on their lonesome here. We see the reinforcements coming through from Zervas. Mr. Mime going bottom path. That first zone is going to go down. That's the first zone that Portugal have claimed, and they might claim more if not for the big Tyranitar and Machamp in the way. Zorak's going to go for the Egg Bomb Seal. It's going to be really tight here. Here it goes, and it's a whiff. It's going to be taken by Dragonval way too early, and Zorak is sent packing.
Zorak does get out dodge there, is able to run it away, so stays alive, which is fantastic right now. Portugal have to defend against this Regieleki. They can't just allow it on in case there's a little sneak. But as the Rayquaza drop, they've got to form up, but they're all sort of tunneled into it. They're funneled into this one route. And so the Snorlax brings on out the block and has to get out dodge once again as the Blissey will heal it on up. This feels like Switzerland are dominated and still get the score.
Look at that. The Regieleki managed to hit the zone as well. That's a free 70 coming through from the Tyranitar, just luring Portugal out with that temptation of the Rayquaza pick. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon from Portugal, and the Blastoise looking to push forward. They've managed to find a pick on Raytao, arguably the most important, but do they have the health reserves to be able to push this forward yet? They're going to go back to base Akasaki, hopefully rejoin soon. Zervas joins Volto. Down goes Delphox, courtesy of Lucario, as they continue to push into that bottom path. That's a really nice distraction as Portugal look to save this.
A weird unite there. We don't really know why the Snorlax has gone and used it, but up here towards the Rayquaza, everyone's just ripping on one another, and it looks like no real direction to this fight right now. It just feels like people are just trying to get damage out and are waiting for someone to fall.
Oh, there's the Snorlax. It's 80 on the top, potentially. They got some shooting as well, and they've got it off, but they need to find another 90, 89 exactly, to be perfectly honest, to find themselves a win. They've got 35 seconds to do this. Possible, yes, but they need to stretch Switzerland apart. It's got to be a split push, and it's got to be convincing.
Yeah, Portugal have to know, surely with one goal less, that they've got to push this right now, so they're just huddling on up. That Snorlax is caught up at the top, right in the attic, and is looking to push towards the goal, trying to drop a couple of small ones in. But the rest of the team need to score as well. But that's unfortunately Lucario going on down. Dark not going to be able to get anything off here, looking towards the top here. Gecko Kami's not really got much left in it. Down towards the bottom, there's a big bout, but no one getting anything on in. So I think that's game one, going to Switzerland, Relic.
That was 88 score by Portugal right at the end there between the Snorlax and the Blissey. Still not enough because Switzerland were small scoring down the other end whilst things were still chaotic. And there is your confirmation, folks. Switzerland victorious 326 to 294. A close contest, but Portugal ultimately losing out and with not enough purchase in that final 2 minutes.
So you said Portugal lost the early game. I think the first minute they actually were in the charge. It was after that. It was at the first Reggie where they just sort of like dropped it a little bit, fumbled the bag, and then from then it was like the snowball turned into the avalanche kind of effect.
Yeah, I mean, I consider the early game sort of like basically before the first Regieleki. And so you're right. In that first minute, they looked good. But then afterwards, you're starting to see Switzerland pick up momentum. And despite how morale boosting that series win for Portugal was up against Sweden, Switzerland showing a lot more quality. Switzerland coming out with a lot more KOs. And Switzerland coming out with the first dub of this series. How will the rest of it progress, of course? Will we see Portugal fight back? Will Switzerland continue to maintain their advantage? We'll definitely be finding out in game two after this break.
wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady. I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy. My heart feels heavy. I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. I'm always self-destructive. I'll take a hit, I love it. Can you give me a second? I'm slow, got blurry vision. I'll fall into a trap that I made by myself. Oh, and I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady. I've lost a million times already. I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy. My heart feels heavy. I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. Please help me see the things that I am. I don't understand. I'm doing the best that I can right now, but it's never enough. I'm not even ready to slow down. Just slow down. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now.
Don't you dare say that I wanted everything to fall apart when it's haunting me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire. We're fire. Maybe if we took a moment long enough to realize how alike we are, that not everything is broken. 'Cause you know me better than anyone by far. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. Fighting fire. We're fire.
when you put your hands on me. Touch me, love when you put your hands on me. Trust me, watch me, give you a good time. Touch me, love when you put your hands on me. Love when you put your hands on me.
All right, guys, welcome back to our European, not European Cup. There we go. And that was a beautiful game, number one, of Portugal going against Switzerland. And I'd have to say, Switzerland winning that one was quite a dominant feat for them rather. And I think the key factor there was that they were able to make use of that Reggie Lecky and the Rayquaza as the destruction for them to score in some split push onto that of the top path. And from there on out, Portugal kind of went haywire, where they were a little bit spread out. They didn't know where to go. And as you guys have mentioned, they didn't know, the direction that they're going for. That's why, Switzerland was able to just punish them away from that. What did you guys think of that game, number one, before heading to our draft?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as dominant. I think they were very in control. I think that as soon as they saw that Portugal had almost like tied their own shoelaces together,
Right.
One on each feet, and was sort of tripping over each other, then they felt like they had a good handle on affairs. And certainly when it came to the Rayquaza, we saw that shoelace combining once again, where we had three funneling into one path, and then there goes the fireworks from Delphox, and all of a sudden that path completely blocked off. So much damage done, and I'm interested to see if Portugal is going to switch up the composition from here on out. They've gone for another Aegislash ban. Switzerland banning away Mr. Mime, however, which was, of course, one of their major proponents for that victory.
Coming into this one, like, as we're seeing these bans coming away, I'm still surprised that Azumaril's getting as much love as it is, just because there are so many good, like, damage-dealing mono at the moment that, for example, here, we've seen Portugal go for the T-Tar afterwards. I'm kind of in my mindset going, if I was Switzerland there, I would have taken the T-Tar, just because that late game is when it gets unlocked. The mid game is where Azumarill sure thrives, and I'm wondering if that's more them looking to their picks later down the line.
Right, but now moving over into this, picks right now, we have the Slowbro and the Azumarill, and of course into that of Portugal we have the Tyranitar and that of the Blastoise. So banning in that banning in that Mr.
Very
Mime
bulky.
and Aegislash in the process. Aegislash, is definitely going to put up a little bit of a damage reduction here against Switzerland, and of course to Portugal as well. But Portugal seemingly like they want to go back a little bit to how they won on the first matches that they've had. Going back with the Tyranitar, having that open is definitely an opportunity for them, and we saw how great Portugal was when they have a Tyranitar their arsenal.
I see that Switzerland stolen away, Sylveon, by the way. But can we just talk about that Blissey ban? I think that is so smart. And actually, Portugal as well, replying in kind with that Delphox. I think both of them very scared about, Switzerland more scared about the future with Portugal. If that Blissey combines with Blastoise, Tyranitar, or Snorlax, that's bad news bears. Portugal, of course, do not want that CC threat again.
And coming on through, looking at what is coming into it, as I just put them on in the Serena coming on through for Switzerland, it's now just going to be about trying to put very reliable damage, I think, there. But one thing we haven't seen today is a Charizard free for picking, guys. No longer banned.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. And, I think it's still going to be open up for anyone to take here. And since it is going to be, Portugal getting into first, actually, never mind. It is Switzerland actually taking in that pick. I don't think they would want that to be given away to anyone, especially knowing how great Charizard is right now. But Portugal going in for that Trevenant instead. They still have one more pick before Switzerland can pick once again. And I think if there's any time for them to pick up that Charizard, this is the time, because right now, if Switzerland gets their hands on the Charizard, they are going to be quite a menace against Portugal. Yes, they do have the Tyranitar, but what is it going to do with the damage that Charizard can pull up with Seismic Slam?
And there it is.
There it is. Yeah,
it is.
I'm looking at that. Like, you put forward some excellent points, JJ. I was looking at that Portugal comp and I'm thinking, Tyranitar and Trevenant. I mean, goodness, you throw an Absol in there. What a great dive comp. But actually, we might very well see dive the move in the end because we've got ourselves the Cramorant. Not sure about that one. Switzerland, of course, given the freebie with the Charizard, and I agree. If Portugal, of course, knows, surely Switzerland's going to choose Charizard if we don't. Why not take that away from them? It might destabilize the comp a little bit, especially when you're looking at that early game. They might struggle a lot, Team Portugal, and that's ultimately what they've prioritized. They thought it's not worth us going for the Charizard. Let's get the Cramorant in there. Excellent early game Pokemon, really great utility on that top path, especially. Charizard a no-brainer for Switzerland, and so they remain competitive with this lot.
No, yeah, with this composition right now, Portugal not only does have the frontline pressure, but they also have the backlane damage, which comes into the form of the Cramorant. But into the side of Switzerland, they have their own way of sustaining themselves. We have Sylveon that can essentially heal itself up. We have Serena, which deals damage and again heal itself up just like the Sylveon. And we have the very great damage dealing Charizard as well in the process, in that composition. But Portugal, unfortunately, with that Tyranitar, they would have to, have that leveled up, have that Tyranitar leveled up, because if that Tyranitar won't be able to get its Power Spike before the Regieleki, Switzerland can easily take the game rather against Portugal with this kind of composition, especially with the Sylveon and the Serena that can essentially pressure them down in the early game.
It's a difficult one because if I was coming in and I was like, which team would I rather be on, like with that comp, I'd probably pick Portugal. But I think Switzerland are going to get it purely because of the win conditions, like you said. Getting online early, it just means that they should be able to shut out. And like we saw last time, the first Reggie is so important now, isn't it?
No, yeah, definitely. And, having that Regieleki along with you as well, providing so much of a damage, so much of a pressure against the other team. And whoever's going to be able to take that would definitely have the first advantage against the other. And speaking of advantage, let us now get into the game. Bacon, Relic, take it away.
Yes, from our vantage point of the internet, this
looking
is
over the game. Yes,
I'm like, oh, what do our elven eyes see?
Could you imagine VR for this game though? How cool that would be!
That'd be terrifying. I mean, can you imagine coming up against Tyranitar in VR?
I'm like thinking, the video, like the show reels for like when new Mons come out and they sort of do it from a little bit of an odd angle, so it's not like perfectly above. Sure. I would love to have that, to be able to move around I guess sky runes, right? And then be able to see from little obscure angles, maybe get like being able to see them run down. So one day.
I know it won't happen, but my personal visual improvement would be like, when you can go almost like to the field level. So rather than having that top-down view, let's get into all of the battles. Let's look at it from a perspective
with Google Cardboard as well. It'd be so possible. It's just what I'm saying here. We're getting on into the game, buddy. Anyway, let's get back on track, eh?
I will touch upon that Portugal comp as well. I think that Cramorant actually, when we were all there thinking, surely it's got to be Charizard, surely it's got to be Charizard. I think the Cramorant pick is actually inspired because on second look, that Switzerland comp is lacking a lot of long range. We're going to see another invade. This time it's Zorak on the Snorlax, not Gecko Kami, but Zerb has to come out to meet
run away.
It's no, they've got the water gun. It's fine. They're going to chase it away, and so Charmander, as it is going to be left to its own devices. But I imagine that Charizard's probably going to go for the Flamethrower Fire Blast comp just to give a little bit of extra ranged ability here for Switzerland.
Central Charizard is my play at the moment when playing ranked. I absolutely love it because it just melts through Wildmon, which means you can then get up to a lane to support so quick, and we will see that Charizard go up to the top lane. Yeah, you can see already hassling Zorak. I'm sorry, you're going to take a little nap, but that ain't going to do jack.
And that is both of these guys back on the zone. That is, especially when we know that it's Raytao. Of all players on that Charizard, that's a big
nightmares.
That is nightmares. Both in game and when they go to sleep later. Lovely bit of chasing here from Dragon Val, and Gecko Kami gets away, picks up both the Citrus Berries to restore that health. As we're now looking towards the first of the clouds, still 35 seconds away, mind, as Raytao goes back into the central area. Gotta watch out for him late game.
Just 30 seconds until we see the central Altara and Swablu drop the clouds, and I love this sort of like just poking at each other, just trying not to let them get away, but you can't really do anything. You've both got regain there, and this is a very, very split, and you can see almost like mirrors on straight down the center between the two sides with like a game plan. They're sort of following the same idea.
Timely evolution there for Gek Okami, perfectly in time for the clouds. Here they are. This is 6 of 3 of each team. No idea which ways this is going. I think that Portugal managed to pick up the majority of it, but they also picked up the majority of the damage. Snorlax goes down. Pupitar's surely going to follow. Oh, yeah, it is. The double grassy slide, and the Queen claims her prey. Volto on that. Again, denied the Aegislash for the second time of asking. No matter, Volto can flex.
Yeah, Serena will have the Unite move by the first Reggie. We're looking at the Charizard as well for it. There's a Snorlax looking to jump on in, but there's 4 on that Gold Buddy. I'm sorry, that is foolish. Sure, you might have slowed them on down, but at the end, that you're going to have to come back on in. You're handing XP on over. I don't know about that, Chief.
That is a major, major, major misplay. There's nothing minor about it. It was major. It was all beautifully keyed there from Switzerland. As for the second game in a row, just before Regieleki, they rotate early. Not a hard rotation, not the full 5, but they get 4 up there. They managed to take down that first tier zone. They managed to take down that Regieleki, and things are looking better and better for Switzerland as Portugal are playing right into their hands.
Portugal are getting completely baited for a lot of these attacks, and now you can see Switzerland ready to pounce on this afterwards. They have got the level advantage, they've got the Unite moves, and they have got a Charizard blasting flames down on them. They've also got a Regieleki allowing them to instant dunk. Here comes the Slowbro, only 2 left, and I'm wondering if they're going to leave that for a possible overdunk later on.
Very potentially, actually, as it would definitely benefit them to utilize it whilst the double scoring is in play. Still, no claim on that bottom Reggie. I imagine it might well be a Reggie Ice, as they've allowed the Cramorant and the Trevenant onto this one, as the, oh my goodness, the Queen Ascendancy onto the Tyranitar. This is deadly, but look at that, the rebuttal, the Rampage. Are they going to be able to get that Serena down to the critical stage? The answer is yes. They're forced into a solo Unite move, but now the push can continue onto that bottom path. It's Reggie Rock, so this could be useful. Should Portugal claim it? Down comes the Sylveon here. Will they be able to even touch it, though? Really nice stalling here from the Snorlax, and they're not going to be able to seal it. That was the Cramorant there with the Regirock secure, but now the reinforcements for Switzerland arrive. This is going to be really important for Portugal later on in this game.
Yeah, considering that it's percentage based, that's going to buff up Portugal massively because they do have beefy characters. But looking at this fight take place, there's the Seismic Slam coming on out from the Charizard, going to drop 1, look at the drop 2, that's Dark on the Tyranitar gone, and that is everyone removed from this bottom path. They'll be able to destroy this and look good whilst doing it.
That's a solid yikes from me, Sheaf. That's a 33-point overdunk. Not the best, but certainly pretty great. And you can see that that top zone as well is gone. They are not waiting around Switzerland. They want to pummel Portugal into the concrete, into the stone path that lays around Thea Sky Ruins, and they want to send them packing. They want to confirm their place in the playoffs today. I do not blame them, as the second Reggie is in town.
Queen Ascendancy ready as well, just waiting to use it on that Snorlax, I do believe. Here we go, start ripping the Regieleki. The Snorlax is down. They didn't even have to use the Unite. They purely have the man advantage, and it's not looking good, is it?
Well, I'd say that Reitao is ruling with an iron fist, level 13, and we haven't even hit 4 minutes. Portugal couldn't even get anything major off on that bottom pass because the Slowbro was there to defend. We have a Regieleki approaching the home base. If you wanted a visual representation of just how destructive Switzerland's warpath has been, well, there it is.
Bad news, Bears. There's still time to turn it around. The score differential is redeemable, but are the levels? That's the question. And James, I'm going to frankly say it, Charizard's already level 14.
Yeah, that's going to be level 15 in the next minute or so, especially with a team fight up and coming. It's Reggie Steele. I mean, when it rains, it pours, and it's going to go from bad to worse. The Hydro Typhoon is going to be blocked by the Slowbro! Oh, the Slow Beam and the Seismic Slam! It's disgusting! It's nasty! It's a Reggie Steele! It's Azumarill with the Secure!
They can essentially waste Unite moves because there's still so much time before Rayquaza drops. So they're able to use that in confidence, make sure they gain the kill, but it also means that they can then run towards getting more farm as quick as possible. That Trevenant's going to drop there, unfortunately, to the Charizard. The Azumarill's just looking to get rid of the Beltoy. And Portugal, you can see, whilst they don't have anyone around them, they're pushed so far back. It's the mere just mind space that they're in.
It's not looking good for Portugal. 45 seconds out from the Rayquaza. And that roughly 220-point lead. You say it correctly. It is redeemable. But are they going to be able to do it? Even if they get the Rayquaza, I mean, that's a lovely bit of zoning out there for the Serena. Nice
Big
block
pick.
as well. They've managed to get him down. Portugal have a leg up here, but they don't have the health to sustain the fight. They're going to try and stall this Regieleki to make sure that they're not facing a third one down that top path. But Switzerland, they don't feel the need to push. It's very much just a staring contest. It's a danceroo here on the northern path. And Portugal go back into retreat, most likely looking to just... Oh my... I thought Zorak had massively
health was the issue there, right, Relic? Where they're all on half HP, basically, so they had to go back to base, basically get the HP, and then come back in for a Rayquaza fight, because otherwise, even, 5v4, they would lose it.
It's the engage, and Portugal are going for it. There's the Trevenant, and they're moving in fast. A Hydro Typhoon as well. They're trying to catch Switzerland off guard. The Seismic Slam comes down as well. A lot of shielding to get through. Portugal have played this well, but there's the first major down. There's the second. There's the third. This might be a full ace from Switzerland. Four surely on the way. There it is. Snorlax forced all the way back. They're in the shrubbery. Bye-bye. The chef is forced out the kitchen. They're looking for that heavy slam steal. It's not going to come through. Beautiful serve from the Slowbro, and that is the full ace for Switzerland.
That's going to be all she wrote for game number 2. Switzerland. I mean, we saw the Ryan on the wall all the way back at 5 minutes in, but it has just not stopped pouring down on Portugal. Time and time again, Switzerland, we talked about coming into this, James. They're just so well organized, and that has shown itself to the fullest here in game number 2.
It's been beautifully worked from Switzerland.
So
I was saying that it wasn't dominant in game number 1. This most certainly was. Not a single one of their zones are down. We have said that before, of course. That was Team Sweden up against Team Portugal. And this team, it sways and it throws. And unfortunately, it either wins or it throws. They either score decently or they do not score well at all. This might be another game where we do not see that score surpass the 100-point mark. They're finally able to take down the Slowbro in front of their goal. There's a Snorlax looking for a reprieve of some sort, but with the Azumarill on its tail, not going to happen. The steal on the Citrus Berry is not going to be enough. We might see a score here on the bottom path. It's going to be the Tyranitar. No, denied by the Sylveon. Switzerland move on to match point.
An exquisite win right there for Switzerland, who look almost destined to take this in 3-0 fashion, Relic. But it's not all over yet. It's not all doom and gloom. Portugal can turn this around. They went to game 5 against Sweden. They can take Switzerland to game 5, but it is going to take a master-crafted plan, isn't it?
I think it's going to take energy that they don't have, dude. I think they've run out of steam. This is what we were worried about when they came through that best of 5. And look, I can't remember exactly whether it was Portugal or Italy's schedule which necessitated this change. But nevertheless, whoever did need the change, the other team agreed. And it's going to affect both of them now across not just today, but tomorrow as well, of course, as Italy have to go back to back. Big shout out to Reitau, Zervas, Volto, working so beautifully in tandem. And Reitau, you allow this player to get on top of things and they are going to be almost unstoppable, as we saw here today. Are they going to be unstoppable in game number 3? Will we see another Charizard ban out? Are Portugal out of ideas? Well, we're just going to pop out for a break now, but we want you back in about 5 minutes as potentially this series wraps up, or we see it go to game number 4. We'll see you then.
Now I stay away out here, say you're sorry. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you. With you, I cried with you, now wanna be alone. I lied for you, I tried for you, you wouldn't play alone. I got you in my sight, I keep all of what you said to me. I get you, get you, get you, get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, get you, get you, now you beg me please. Hey, now I stay away, you were never meant to save me. Now I stay away out here, say you're sorry. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you, hate I kinda fell in love with you.
Think about the times you let me go, falling through the cracks, emotional. I struggle to see what your reasons are. Sitting in your balance, silence breaks my heart. Turn the key, used to be our getaway car. Now I only wanna get away from where we are. Gotta find my way to you.
Potentially, the final game is upon us as Switzerland already has 2 wins over that of Team Portugal. Welcome back to the Unite European Cup as we are now going into game number 3. Relic, Bacon, man, that was a pretty disgusting game number 2 as Switzerland was able to just dominate quite from the early game up into the late game on that one.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's actually a pretty good that is a term that we're looking for. That was surgical. They were able to diminish them piece by piece, that they were able to just read them like a book, like they were a kindergarten book, a college student reading a kindergarten book. They know everything from Portugal in that game, and I think we can see that once again being brought into game number 3. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that already we're seeing pretty targeted bans, honestly. Mr. Mime and Slowbro gone off the table. Switzerland, they've been allowed to get Volto back on the Aegis Slash. Not that Volto needed much, I think, dissuading from being on the Serena. But hey, yeah, clearly their main, not a surprise. Got Blissey and Snorlax as well. Really nice early setup. Portugal sticking with that T-Tar. They've got that Serena as well. But my worry for Portugal isn't even composition-wise nowadays. They've got a Mamoswine in there as well. Nice
Hmm.
solid foundation. But look, Portugal have made mistakes in both series. I think that they are running out of
Hmm.
steam. I think that they are just lapsing in concentration a little bit. And we said at the very top of this series, if you want to do one thing against Team Switzerland, or rather not do one thing against Team Switzerland, is have those lapses in concentration and be caught
Right.
out. We've seen them severely punished both times around.
No, yeah, having the Tyranitar, yes, we've seen it work. Portugal going against Sweden, yes, it worked earlier, but we just saw that game number 2, and even having that Tyranitar, that didn't look good for Switzerland. So, do you think that having this Mamoswine right now, and along with the Serena and the Tyranitar, would do any difference in this game? That is true. And now that Switzerland's current composition right now, they have one attacker here. They have a little bit of bulkiness here, a little bit of defense that comes in the form of, the Snorlax and that of the Blissey, banning into the Decidueye as well, ensuring that Portugal won't have a lot of backlane damage. We already have the what do you call it? We already have the Delphox. We already have the Decidueye getting banned as well. We still have, however, that amazing Greninja open up. We have the Absol as well. Portugal, unfortunately, with this current comp, they still need some form of sustain so that they can last team fights against Switzerland. Relic, what do you think is missing into the side of Portugal?
Oh, I mean, you don't want to be picking too many more two-tier evolutions for a start. You want to at least have some purchase in that early game. We saw it with the Cramorant early, but again, didn't really do too much. I think that we're looking at maybe I wish I could say a Cinderace or a Greninja, but again, that goes against my own point. Maybe we're looking at something along the lines of a Glaceon, Sylveon, Espeon, any of them, maybe even a Pikachu as
Hmm.
well, just for the stuns.
Hmm. Oh, wow. Okay. Portugal now going in for the Charizard. I'd say sure. They are leaning towards more into the offensive centric kind of thing, a kind of composition right now. And as Relic has said earlier, if they're going to be going in, I guess, for a Glaceon or level 4 Mon evolution, yes, that would bring them in a more like a full offense team. But then again, they would be missing out on their sustainability and defense. However, into the side of Switzerland, they're gonna be gunning in that Cinderace and that Azumarill, which put their composition a little bit balance out, I'd say. They have the damage, they have the attacking prowess, they have the defenses as well. Again, sustain is pretty much the most important thing here in the current meta. Now, Portugal still needs one more Pokemon. What do you think would... Okay, that is the Hoopa.
Well.
Hoopa. I was just about to ask you guys what should be the best pick here. And
Wild
Hoopa,
Flanks.
while it is going to be quite a surprise, that is the sustain that they are looking for, that they are missing right now in this composition.
Not only
Would
that,
you
but
agree?
I mean, what was their major problem, Portugal, across both of the last two games? They failed to rotate successfully. Hey, if you want to help your rotations, guess what? Hooper's your main pick. If Portugal feel that they're going to be genuinely behind the curve anyway when it comes to Rayquaza, what's the best Pokemon to have when you want to get a steal on Rayquaza? Or when you want to get your team into one place at the same time for that team fight? Guess what? It's going to be Hooper and that Unite move on the Unbound. It's a very left field pick, and maybe it's just a pick to say, "Hey, look, hey, we chose our mascot, guys. Look at us, we're going." It could work, but we're still talking about a very, very slow early game. They cannot afford a single mistake in that first 3 minutes. Otherwise, we will see that Switzerland squad balloon once again. Aegis/Cinderace, they are so scary when they get up into the 10s and above.
No, yeah, that is a very good point. Portugal here needs to get those levels up, and especially with Hoopa as well, right? Like, yes, it can provide a huge amount of mobility, huge amount of sustain, but even then, if you cannot have your Rings Unbound Unite move, you're not going to be able to help as much on team fights, except of, refreshing these, health as well with the hyperspatial. But is that going to be enough? That is the big question here. Going against to game number 3, we all know for a fact that Switzerland already has the advantage, and they are looking to win this game number 3 in a second sweep of the tournament as well. What do you think is going to be the result of this game, guys?
James, you go first. I don't want to answer.
Well, I'm going to put this scenario to you because all of us were here presuming that Italy would finish top of their group. Hey, reminder, guys, Italy have only played one. They've only played one series. Yes, they got a win,
right?
But they are only 1-0. Let me put this to you: Sweden are hoping that Switzerland go from strength to strength. They are currently lying on 0-2. But if Switzerland win here with a 3-0 margin, they go on to 2-0. If they go into tomorrow and beat Italy, hey, guess what? That's 3-0. And if Sweden go on and beat Italy, then all of a sudden we're talking about a 1-2 scenario. And who knows, right? So Portugal's really not in the driver's seat at the moment. They are passengers. They need to get in. They need to take the wheel because they themselves could be in that situation where they're starting to challenge for that second playoff spot. Are they going to reverse sweep, though? On the basis of the last 2 games, no. But, hey, it's Pokemon Unite. You never know when the turnaround can happen.
A game is still big for Portugal here, like you said, in those situations. So they've got to come into this. And this is where I want to see them throw the Hail Marys in. They just absolutely send it for, a wild push for the goal right at the end. And then the Hooper unites so they can just try and steal the Rayquaza. Whatever they have in their bag of tricks, they've got to dig deep right now because Switzerland is going to take something out of this world to amaze them, I think.
Oh yeah, and that is going to be it for now, guys. For the Caster's Desk, this is going to be, potentially the final game, guys. If Switzerland wins here, then, well, they're going to get their 2 zeros, as they have said. But if we can see Portugal win here, then we're going to get one more match, potentially 2 more if they win the next one as well. So, Relic, Bacon, please take it away. Bring us to the game.
It's been a long day, hasn't it, already? Coming up to 10:30, and that's UK time. That's not where all these guys are located. They're an hour forward, so potentially going on to midnight if we do see the series extended. But that extension, again, I'm going to repeat myself. It is entirely dependent on this early game from Portugal. They've got better tools to deal with it now, especially with that Hooper pick. However, Hooper is not going to be getting the KOs that you need. It's a very light Pokemon in that initial form. It's tricksy. It's a thief. It's useful for the team fights with the hyperspace hole. It's useful for the rotations with the hyperspace hole. But that one Hooper is not going to turn the tide. All of Portugal needs to rally.
Gotta take a deep breath. Portugal, this is going to take every last ounce of strength. This is their 8th game of the day. Sure, you know, you can think of it, it's not as long as other games, but it's still a lot on the mental with this current system we have in play.
Gecko Kami going for the invade. It's rotated between either him or Zorak, and seeing that once again that counter invade of Dragon Val on the Snorlax this time is not going to do much diligence. Then out you go. But poor Tej, they've sort of gone into the top path at the wrong time. Oh, that's a lovely flank, and down goes poor Tej as Neverix comes in from the rear, takes down the second, and here comes the third. No! Oh my word, the final bit of shielding for Gecko Kami. Good recovery as Volto goes in. We're going to see a KO on the Hone Edge. Raytao already at the Rabu, already so fast with that DPS. But here comes the reinforcements to force them back.
Yeah, but look at that. The clouds have dropped and instantly gone. I've got no clue, Relic, who actually got the XP from that. I definitely could see that the Pupitar up to level 6, so they got some beefy experience. But down here on the bottom lane, Akasaki's got to be careful. I know you stand over your own goal, but that Snorlax and Blissey can be a massive nuisance. And we've seen Gecko Kami just swap on down to that bottom path.
Considering how squishy that Charmander can be as well, that was an excellent job stalling off to Zervis with a score, but lovely rotation through from Gecko Kami, who chases them away. Akasaki now focusing on getting up to Charmeleon. There's the Doublade, and there is another pick. It's Zorak on the Hooper, and again, it's a one-on-one Pokemon, and not a particularly strong one at that, of bye-bye Hooper, back to home base. More scores here, more stacks for Switzerland as they head up to 70 points.
Okay, so the central birds have just dropped, and it looks all just absolutely free for Switzerland. But look at that, level 7 is the Cinderace, and they are putting out massive chunks of damage. Dark needs to get out of dodge, but unfortunately not chased on down. And there goes another, the Hooper from Portugal, their mascot. Oh, feeling the hurt.
Yeah, going for the shielding build as well and not able to save them. That's another evolution. There's the Aegislash. It's online. And that's problems for Charmeleon, who goes down, as does Gecko Kami. The Cinderace continues to build. Another KO streak achieved as they're just trying to figure out and divvy up the points correctly here. There goes the 1. The 30 is going to go down for a 29-point overdunk, and the clouds are theirs to claim as well.
I said it earlier in the ramp up for this during the draft stage. Portugal have too many high level evolutions. The Serena absolutely fine, but Pupitar, Charizard, and Mamoswine, right now they're feeling the hurt because they don't have those upgraded abilities that they really need for the fights against their opposition.
Just doesn't feel balanced, and of course with that shielding build comes no hyperspace hole. They are looking for the only teleportation to come from that Unite move. They're not going to have a Unite move there though, taken down as is a Azumarill, but there goes Volto again, so dangerous with the 2 KO streak on that Aegislash. Of course Tyranitar now online as well, but not much they can do there against the 3. Here's Gecko Kami still yet to evolve into that Mamoswine. The engage on the Regieleki here, as in they go with the Sandstorm, in they go with the Earthquake. That's Raytao with a huge DPS. There goes the Blissey as well, and that is going to be a secure for the Aegislash. It's going to be a secure for Switzerland, and now the team fight running out of control again. The chase is on. The Queen's not going to get away because the swords are going to slay you, and down they go again.
And look at this, just leaving that goal for Volto. There is your reward. Take your prize, King.
214 to 18. Portugal, of course, the holders of the smallest score yet scored in a Unite European Cup game. That's 14. They've at least cleared that hurdle, but it's not looking much better than that as we approach 5 minutes, as we approach half-time. Oh, that's not looking good for you, Zervas. It's 3v1, and that is actually not going to be 3v1. In comes Volto. Oh my goodness me, the KOs keep on coming. It's another one on Zorak. It's another one on the Pylo Swine. Finally runs into trouble with this Tyranitar and Portesh, but there's a third, as if he can't be stopped. Volto, the King Shield, the stall, and the escape. It's like they took the pie, threw it in their face, kicked them to the curb and said, take that, son.
Wow, and Neverox there as the possible backup if it was needed. Again, the call for Switzerland coming on through. And again, we'll notice Portugal pushed so far into the home half. That central area is Switzerland's. They own it. They bought houses. They got a whole street, and now they're putting hotels on top of it.
Switzerland is vibing, and Dragonval's been caught out. A bit of complacency, perhaps, as they're forced into the power nap. That's not going to stop them, as the knock-up will merely delay the inevitable. It's not a big KO, but it's something to work with Portugal as they now go in on Neverix. It's going to be another KO here for the Serena as down goes Azumarill. The full rotation up now as they look to that Regieleki and that first-tier zone.
The biggest part there is a bit of XP to try and get back into the mix. So they push up towards that Regieleki. They might be able to take Volto now, but Volto has other ideas about trying to get out of dodge. Akazaki's really low. Volto will finally drop. There's the Queen's Ascendance right there onto Servas, looking to deal massive damage, but that Blissey takes a while to drop. It's just healing themselves up. Finally, the T-Tar will look to drop them alongside the Charizard. That's a free KO streak for the Charizard, taking down the Snorlax as well, and they want the watery mouse. They want to get rid of Neverox, but they're just sticking around, looking to take the fight to the T-Top. And Neverox, surely you've overextended, and they have indeed.
Oh, but watch out for Raytow. They've still got the extension here, but they've also got the Regieleki. Portugal, this is a massive moment as they look to continue this push. The shield coming out. It's all kicking off here as a Hooper unbound. He is unleashed, but Portage goes down, and as does Hooper. You're not invincible. You've just got a lot more health. Doesn't matter. Regieleki stopped. Switzerland throw up the red signal.
Yeah, I mean, while Super can, teleport in from other dimensions, they've still got to follow the rules of this realm. And the rule is 1v4, you're going down.
Portugal. They had the world in the palm of their hands, and it's like a bowling ball. It's rolling away from them. It's not a strike. It's going straight into either lane. Nice shielding once again from Dragonval, who's been excellent on that Snorlax for my money. Really great distraction. Really staying in the game a long time, as is Neverix on that Azumarill as well. Easy pickings for Raytow here. That Regirock as a defensive and special defensive buff comes through as well. Here's the rotation through from Tyranitar. Not going to be much good, as that's a 3v2 scenario, and with your long-range attacker in tow, you'd always favor Switzerland.
And again, Switzerland aren't doing that, Reggie, for the buff. Nah, it's just to take away the global XP, right? It's just to make sure that the whole team of Portugal stay low, that they know their place, that they're not going to be able to stand up to them.
Oh my word, just wedged against a wall here. They've got to get out, and thankfully they do if you're a Portugal fan. But once again, the little fiery picks here from Raytow on that Cinderace. Always so deadly as Gecko Kami manages to get back. That was a risky return to base. Surprised they pulled that off. Rayquaza, this game has flown by, already back in, and look at that Unite move storage for Portugal across the board, apart from Zorak, but the same can be said for Switzerland here. They've now got the full 5 stack of Unite moves, and Switzerland, of course, they got the problem of, well, if we see a split push, then one zone could be severely exposed here. There goes Gecko Kami. The engage as well on Volto, who's going to be held back here. That's a nice, easy 34 down for Portugal. Still a long way to go.
They're looking to just push this onto Volto, try and get the numbers advantage, but it looks to be all going away against Portugal. They have got the Azumarill down. Volto with the... Bliss Assistance going to look to keep them on up. The Cinderace dropping the Serena. Dark's chasing down that Cinderace. Want to do damage, but I think Dark's going to have to fall. Look at the Unite coming on out from the Hooper on the opposite side. That's a weird time to do it. I think it was more of just a panic Unite.
And that was a beautiful eject button from Cinderace. It's already a slippery customer with its own moveset, with the swinging and a swaying aside, of course. But that eject button, able to take down the Tyranitar Soli. It's Akasaki, it's Gecko Kami. The only player now with a Unite move to use is that Serena with the Queen Ascendancy. Forced in here. Here comes Portege. They're looking for that KO. They're being blocked off by Zervas. Ultimately, the Queen Ascendancy does fire onto Zervas, but here comes Volto. They're looking for the grassy slide. Down goes Gecko Kami. Portege still up, and they're not up anymore because there goes Cinderace once again. This KO count is going to balloon. It's going to be massive, and so massive is going to be Switzerland's win here. Portugal, they did so well to come away with a win against Sweden, but they have been stopped in their tracks. The freight train has been derailed. Cinderace looks strong, as does Switzerland. They're through to the top 4.
A beautiful, and I can't, express that enough, an absolutely beautiful performance put on by Switzerland there. They go perfect. And James, we knew coming into this that Switzerland was such a well-organized team that any mistakes would be punished, but we just did not expect it to be, quite frankly, this night and day in the end. Portugal, I think you're right what you said earlier, that they've just run out of the energy and they just cannot keep up.
They finish on 1 and 2, and sadly for them, this is a real damaging scoreline to lose by as well. They lost by 3-1 against Italy. They only gained one of those games back against Sweden. And so it's most likely that Portugal will finish bottom of the group. Not yet confirmed, of course. If Sweden is to lose against Italy tomorrow, then they, of course, will be bottom of the group, I should say, on 0 and 3. Yes. But for Switzerland, we pour praise unto you. Again, Volto and Reitao. I don't think it's just Italy that has to sit up and take notice here. I think France and Germany do as well, because that duo, they aren't teammates, or they weren't teammates in the Unite Championship Season 1, but they might consider it going forward. Destructive at worst.
Oh yeah, they have been a destructive, formidable, how everyone describe it, they've been an awesome squad, and the third member of our awesome squad will be joining us once again. JJ coming back into the booth with us. Buddy, I mean, we can't do anything but just say praises about Switzerland. Portugal are not a bad team by any account, just Switzerland are built different, aren't they?
No, yeah, for sure. Just like you said, it was a beautiful game. Not only was it on game number 1, but it got even better in game number 2. But it got even better. Going beyond plus ultra on game number 3, essentially taking them down in quite a very, very majestic fashion. That, again, Portugal, it's not that we're dismissing Portugal's ability. They were able to win against, Sweden, but it's just that, as you mentioned, day and night difference, huge skill gap, between these two teams, Portugal and Switzerland. And Switzerland was just, I have the word for Switzerland's game against Portugal, honestly. I'm
very, very good.
When I was, yeah, it was okay. Yeah, very, very good. There,
kind of all right. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him again. Yeah,
right. I am less peatlish on how they played it, as you guys have mentioned, right? That you cannot have any sort of mistakes in these, going against these guys, because even just the tiniest, minute error that you have going against them, they will take that opportunity, make that minute error, make that even bigger for you, and they will punish you.
Sweden, their tails are up. Their tails are real up. So the order, I'm just trying to confirm the order here of what it is. So it looks like Italy will face off against Switzerland first.
Right, tomorrow. Let me bring that up on screen for you.
Yeah,
I've got the schedule for tomorrow ready and rare, and there it is for you guys and the folks at home.
So, like, we were talking about how important the order was for Portugal today, and they did get that win, just ran out of steam. But Italy could face the same issues tomorrow, guys. They have 2 series back-to-back. They are going to be thankful that they will be at their freshest against Switzerland, because in this form, this group has been blown wide open, and for Sweden, they're going to be thanking Arceus or whatever Pokey God they believe in. At this
Well,
point,
if there's a
because
team
they're-
that can figure Italy out and find a way to beat them, it's Switzerland from what we've seen. And Sweden are just going to have their books open, ready to write down some homework, do the research, and be like, okay, how can we copy this?
No, yeah, for sure. With this kind of order of Italy going against Switzerland first before Sweden, compared to how Portugal went in against Sweden first before Switzerland, is kind of a day and night difference. Again, as Relic has mentioned, they are going to be going against Switzerland fresh, whereas Portugal, they already got worn down by Sweden before going against Switzerland. So that is definitely another factor to consider as well.
Yep. It really is, as we just have a little confirmation of our scores from today then. So Portugal, they don't go away winless. They do pick up a W in the column against Sweden, who are going to be disappointed, no doubt, to go to game 5. They know that they could have had an opportunity to go 1-on-1 themselves here to boost their promotion, to boost their playoff chances. They are still in it, though, thanks to Switzerland and that dominance. The second sweep in 2 days, actually. So really impressive on that front from Switzerland. And all of a sudden, tomorrow, which we originally were thinking, this is just Italy cleaning house. This is just Italy going to be going top of the group. Now we're looking at Switzerland with
it doesn't
the
seem
respect.
likely.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. The respect that they deserve. And that Italy-Switzerland matchup, that is so exciting as a prospect. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the highlight of the day tomorrow. Italy versus Switzerland. Again, not that we are dismissing Sweden, but it's just that, how Switzerland played today is just beautiful. It's just majestic.
It makes you excited for tomorrow because you get to see them again, but we know how good the Italian side is from Tuesday, so we're just in for a treat. And of course, we're in for a massive treat because we're only at the halfway point of the Unite European Cup as well. So we've still got one more day of B, we've still got A on Saturday, and then Sunday we've got 3 matches, not 2, but it's going to be the final playoffs where we get to see the top 2 for each group go up against each other.
I think the only disappointing thing for me is that myself and JJ are not going to be there to commentate it. Of course, you're the lucky one, Bacon. You get to join Soph and Curly Q tomorrow, and that's going to be fantastic and wonderful. It's going to be a brilliant day. But I tell you something that all of us could take. Well, maybe not all of us can take part in because we want to cast it as well. But how about we have a little chat about the Open Series?
Thank you for bringing this up. The Open Series, of course, coming on up, folks at home, starting next Tuesday, the 4th of October. Let me bring that up on screen right now for you. We start with the APAC region, near enough open to the whole of the Asian Pacific. That's what APAC's short for, easy peasy. You can just tune on in if you want to view some good Asian Pokemon Unite action, or you can head on over to the Discord to find out even more. And heck, we've even got a sign up link in Twitch chat right now, folks. If you want to sign up, !open. Quite simple. Just find some teammates, yo. Take part. Don't cost a penny. It's just for a good bit of fun.
Especially now that we are on the off season of tournaments, definitely these tournaments will help you get, still maintain yourself in shape for competitive tournaments when it returns back. I mean, not that it went out, it's just that the official series is currently out of the window. So if you want to be still in shape, please make sure you join up us on these tournaments.
But guys, I think that's it. We don't have anything
so.
more, that's it. Game's over. You're just going to have to wait till tomorrow, 8 p.m. CEST tomorrow. Just tune on in. Same place, same time. Same Bacon. Not these two, unfortunately. They'll be back later on, I'm pretty sure, if you just drop a little follow on the channel. But until next time, stay safe. We'll see you soon.
You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just us two. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just us two. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you bite me.